What up, y'all? What up, boys and girls? How you doing? Happy Friday. Big shout out to all the real gangsters, all the OG gangsters in the audience. Raise a cup of coffee or OD or some nice hot tea. Whatever you're drinking, raise a cup. Here's to being alive for one more week. We did it. Pretty impressive. Holy shit. In a world that is determined to kill us slowly through the forces of entropy, and through social entropy, and through the forces of psychological madness that threaten to tear us apart piece by piece. You and me, partner, we have somehow weathered the storm, pulled through, pulled ourselves up from our bootstraps. Basically, nearly had a heart attack, panic attacks, fought off many types of attacks, including that of a giant wolf pack that wanted to take our throat, take it away, spill our blood. Anyways, we survived many things. Feeling alive, feels good, man. The sun is out, so that's pretty cool. What are we going to talk about today, partner? Perhaps we'll talk about tipping points. I named this thing the stream. In much of our lives, we think that forces happen incrementally, that change is gradual, and that small things have small effects, and big things have large effects. But it is not always so. Occasionally, small changes can have very, very big consequences and effects. These things we call, or at least Malcolm Gladwell calls, tipping points, where you reach some sort of threshold and it precipitates or perpetuates some kind of chain reaction where you have like geometric growth, exponential growth, and suddenly a tiny snowball starts rolling down the hill. It gets as big as a castle, and then it gets as big as a blue whale, and it keeps on rolling, and eventually it crashes into the city of New York and turns the Eiffel Tower into a giant snowman. And all of the residents there are like, holy shit, we didn't see that coming. Some little tipping point created this giant 5,000-foot snowman. Strange how these things happen. So we're not getting any interaction in stream because people are too fucking scared to actually say anything of substance. That's what happens when you've got a society that's constantly being fed a slow, steady diet of fear and news that distorts our perception and makes us believe that everyone out there on the internet is evil and wants to get us. And not only that, but we're being fed a constant stream of very addictive and little bite-sized junk food media that is preventing us from ever being present in the moment and focusing on anything for more than 15 seconds. Perhaps it's even less. Our attention spans. Media draining ourselves of intelligence. Don't want to dwell on anything for longer than 15 seconds. All right, ere we actually learn something, ere we actually struggle with thoughts, ere we actually become confused or bored for any amount of duration. What a shame that would be. Holy shit. We treat boredom like it's some kind of disease, and we seek to dispel it from our lives, but really, it is a necessary evil. We need to be bored from time to time. Why do we need to be bored? I don't know. Maybe we do we need to be bored? I think we do. I think we ought to I think we ought to force ourselves into states of boredom. What happens in a state of boredom? Oh, what do I do? I'm so bored. I just want to be entertained. Maybe I should masturbate, but I already did that 5 times today. It's lost its appeal. I don't have any more energy for masturbation. I've watched too much TV. I've played so many games. I've lost all interest in these other things. And I'm still bored. What now? Growth. That's what now. Boredom, maybe perhaps boredom is a signal that all of the things that we used to leverage in order to seek short-term rewards, we've exhausted that cache of these subtle rewards that motivate our behavior for certain things like playing games and watching porn and easy things. And boredom is a state we find ourselves in where we've exhausted all the motivational pull and attraction of all of our current set of go-to reward-seeking behaviors. And perhaps that is a signal to ourselves that we need to be more creative and try something different. We need to find something new. And in this state, when you hit a wall and you're like, okay, none of the things that I usually do seem to be making me happy anymore or satisfied. Once you hit that wall, it takes some time to figure out something else that actually makes a difference. Maybe that's what boredom is, right? It's like a indication that you ought to do something different with yourself. And if we see boredom as the enemy, if we see this state, this psychological state of not being confused and indecisive, if we see that as a problem and we seek to alleviate that sensation, then perhaps we do not give ourselves the requisite amount of time in order to come up with creative solutions to find new ways of behaving that would open up access to new patterns of behavior that could ultimately lead to new sources of rewards. Sure, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Rise and shine, morning glory. It's time to open your eyes. The world around you is not as it appears. Full of dreams and fears, oh humans, we seem miserable oftentimes. Why is it? Why is it that we're destined to be miserable? Why is it that the human experience needs to contain suffering? Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to endure such things? Well, some people might seek to alleviate suffering. I seek to embrace it. I think that pain and suffering are relevant signals to real growth. And rather than suppress all of these signals from happening, I seek to embrace them in many kinds of ways. If suffering and if pain is a necessary co-pilot on the way to growth, then we ought to seek more helpful co-pilots. This metaphor is a little bit sloppy. Let's see where it leads us. Pain, suffering, dis-ease are like signposts along a road that tell you maybe you should take the other path, right? You should take a different, like here, danger this way. Go, maybe there's another path you can take. So if we ignore pain, if we ignore the road signs, the messages that, the functional messages that pain is sending us, we do so at our own peril because we continue down dangerous paths and we miss the signs that tell us that something dangerous this way lurks. Something bad might happen down this place. And on all scales, right? I'm not just talking about like massive life-changing events. I'm also talking about like every in the moment event, like when you're trying to learn some new skill. You're trying to do something new. Like oftentimes you can tune in to the subtle cues that your body is sending you. Is there a little crick in my neck when I'm sitting? Is there a, am I leaning too much? Am I putting too much on one foot, too much of my weight on one foot or the other? Am I forgetting to breathe as I'm here typing out this email? A vision of the perfect human is the human that wastes nothing, that uses all of their energy, that performs the same amount of work with using less and less and less energy. Now, efficiency is not the be-all, end-all, because you can't have creativity with efficiency. Efficiency is the enemy of creativity. So you have to make sure that what you're trying to do, you have a good goal before you start optimizing towards that goal. Because if you have the wrong goal, then there's no point in doing it more efficiently. What are the wrong kinds of goals? Well, here's the wrong goal. Narrowly seeking to increase your personal wealth. That's the wrong goal. And yet, it's the foundation, the philosophical foundation of our current economic system, driving us to slow motion self-destruction and psychological disarray. Incomprehensible. Why do we do this to ourselves as humans? Too narrowly focus too much of the time. Spend too little time being bored, asking not how do I suppress the pain and the discomfort that accompanies the lack of immediate short-term rewards, instead of dwelling in that space and asking, are my current goals actually the right kinds of goals? No, we just act impulsively. Brutally, when we act impulsively with a narrow focus on accumulating personal wealth, we leave others beaten, battered, abused in our wake. Make no mistake, the human being is a kind of disease, a plague species spreading its dark tendrils across the land, poisoning all the things that it touches. Does it have to be so? Is it in our nature to continue along this trajectory? Or will we miraculously metamorphosize? Will we reach some kind of tipping point where enough of us wake up and start realizing just how fucked up and destructive we are, and stand up and say, I am exiting from this fucking death machine. I am going to actually do something. I'm going to figure out new creative ways to survive without going down to Facebook and being part of a toxic culture that is incentivizing the spread of misinformation and social messages that are highly divisive and that only represent the tiny minority of people's views. The things that we ought to be ignoring is the things we're now focusing on because we have these large corporate machines narrowly focused on profit seeking, getting us addicted to products that we don't need, confusing us. We're living in this mass delusion right now. And we all choose to be and do the same things over and over again because we think that everyone else wants to do the same. But secretly, all of us, when we retreat into our little dark corners in our rooms, we know how fucked up everything is. And we want to change. And we would change if we saw enough other people around us speaking out and at least having the balls to say, fuck this. I've had enough. This shit's fucked. What the fuck are we all doing? Who among us is brave enough to stand up and just say, look, I'm willing to change if all you motherfuckers will too? And I don't know all the answers, but look, we should get together and have a talk about it. We should have more conversations about this thing because it's probably kind of important, given the fact that we're all living in the same place. We're all on the same spaceship Earth. It's about time we start to work together. Realize what you're worth. Stop buying into the lies. Stop watching ads. Stop chasing the American dream. Stop being part of the machine. Stop turning. If you're a cog, if you're a wheel, you need to realize that there's no appeal to all this shit that we're doing. Time to change the channel. Change the station. Self-hypnosis, that's what I do. I'm like, look, all of these man-made objects all around me represent special interests. All these artifacts that humans create. They're like little lures and hooks with little lines. And we bite into these artifacts when we get taken in by them. They're these false idols. These shiny objects. And each shiny man-made object around you that's not created by nature, that's synthetic in some sense. Well, maybe not all of them, but a good deal of them. All it is, it's like little fishing lures. And boy, oh boy, sometimes they lure us in. We need to reject them. We need to come together and be more connected. In order to advance, in order to evolve, we need to give hope a chance. In order to evolve, in order to advance, we need to start to give hope a chance. Can anyone stop this deathly advance? We need the lost prophet to hypnotize people and get their minds off it. Turn a cold shoulder to the status quo and realize that we can be just a little bit bolder and more creative when we take advantage of integrity and strength and the desire to grow and the pursuit of perfection and the dream of a better future and the belief that the environment and nature isn't deserving to be protected. Eventually, I'm going to get someone to talk in stream. Is anyone out there who feels like you're living in some kind of strange dream? Some strange reality. Is this reality? Or is this just a fucked up nightmare? Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? This place feels like Alice in Wonderland, like something just doesn't make sense. Something is off. Something needs to shift. Something needs to change. What is it? It's difficult to put our finger on it. It's because we're all too constrained in our thinking. The thing that feels off, we have this intuition about this thing that feels off about our reality, but it's too complicated. It's a complex interaction, like a Rube Goldberg machine, right? We get the sense that something's wrong. We get the sense that this Rube Goldberg machine is running in the background, but we don't really understand how it works. We sense it. It's just an intuition. And the more that we kind of look around us and explore the world and forage for information and read books by other philosophers and thinkers, and we try to integrate all of those sensory experiences from all the other people around us, the greater this intuition of this hidden, complex force, the stronger that feels, the stronger that intuition, the more it grows, the more it sort of buds and flowers. It becomes this big thing that you sort of can't ignore. It's there all the time in the background. It's with you. It's become integrated into your worldview. It's an undefinable cognitive concept that's become programmed, that's become integrated into your networks, your concepts. It's a process of reduction, process of elimination, because we humans, we have these psychological mechanisms where we try to deny that bad things are happening, especially if the bad things are in part a consequence of our own behaviors. So we rationalize. So in my mind, this sense that things are all wrong, the fact that it becomes stronger over time, when you're really committed to a truthful view of the world, the sense that this looming, lingering danger, storm clouds of the horizon, whatever you want to call it, the more that you look with your eyes open, the more you can see it, the more you can taste it. It's like an electric field out there. We're like animals that can sense earthquakes coming. intuitively. We don't have the raw scientific data and the instrumentation to be sure. But when you get a bunch of us together and you kind of aggregate all of our predictions and our intuitions about something, usually the wisdom of the crowd prevails, and actually, there is something there. There is something to our intuitions that allow us to imagine something big happening. What is that something big? Is it the singularity? Is it the moment when technology is going to save us all? Is it an extinction event where this Tower of Babel that humanity has been creating, a giant skyscraper? Yeah, and this is a metaphor, right? But if you think about the entire sort of complex economy that human beings have created up until now is just this crazy machine. It makes the most amount of sense to like think about it as this tower, because the taller and more complex that we make it, you can think about the tower getting taller and taller and taller. And we know that, the bigger things are, the harder they fall. And the taller you make something, more top heavy it gets. And the more top heavy you are, the more likely it is that you'll tip over and the entire thing will come crashing down, leading to imminent disaster. So maybe the intuition is just that we've created all of this on a house of cards, or we've constructed a house of cards, and that one more card on top, just a single card, could bring it all crashing down. A tipping point. Is that what we're all intuitively in tune with? Intuit. In tune with. Into it. Are you into it? Are you in tune to it? Are you smart enough to see into the future and be in tune with this? Can you in tune with the moment of truth when the last card gets put on this house and it all comes down? The sound of the crash is going to be enormous. And many people that have thrown in their hat with this lot are going to be taken down a notch and will end up quite distraught. And if they don't die in the process, they'll have another thought. Maybe that is something that I ought not have bought. What did they buy? The American dream. What did they buy? Security. Security at the expense of comfort. No, security and comfort at the expense of adaptability and strength. That's the trade-off. You want comfort? You want security? You're going to lose out on adaptability and change. Cost-benefit analysis. What do we need more of right now? Do we want comfort and security? Or do we want adaptability and change? Or not, what do we want? What do we need? To me, it's obvious that we need the latter. You've gone too far. Gone too far over to comfort seeking, security seeking, being timid, resting on our laurels, not being brave, not trying things new, not standing up. not questioning ourselves. The tipping point. When? Where? How? Why? The story is not written. The story cannot be written. Because truth is stranger than fiction, and it's way more complex. And we silly humans, we cling to our stories. We cling to our predictions about whatever we think is going to happen, and we can tell a pretty good tale. We can spin a good yarn, surely enough. And the stories that become popular are not the true stories. The stories that become popular are the stories that make the most amount of sense to a bunch of ignorant people. You want to be popular? That is your legacy. Tell a simple story that makes sense to a lot of ignorant people. There you go. Here's your sign. Here's your award. Here's your gold medal. Here's your Grammy. We need something better than that. We need a collective story. We need a wiki story. We need hope. We don't need band-aids. We need to cut out the cancer. We need to cut out the cancerous thoughts from our fucking brains with a scalpel. Holy shit. Is anyone down for that? Little brain surgery? I doubt it. I doubt it. Ivy Three Eyes here. What's up, Ivy Three Eye? You're liking the scalpel thing? Excise the tumors from our mind. Excise the poisonous thoughts. Excision. Remove the tumors. Reduce the amount of pollution and the thoughts that this society is producing on a mass scale. Make all these stupid things toothless. Because right now, they're sending us in a tailspin. Is it our head? Can't make heads and tails of it. Can't make heads or tails of any of this, because you've been sent into a tailspin. And I'm beginning to want to check my head again, wondering if this is reality or just a fucked up dream. Are we collectively hallucinating a fucked up dream, Ivy Three Eye? Is that what it means to be human? It's not easy at all. Remove poisonous thoughts. Remove erroneous thoughts. Would that it would be easy. Would that it were so. If it were easy, we probably wouldn't be in this situation. If it were easy to learn about oneself. If it were easy to intuit the massive scope of error in our worldviews, then we would change it automatically. We'd be like, okay, well, I don't want to have erroneous views. I don't want to make decisions that are eventually going to be bad for me and the people around me. I don't want to do that. If it were easy to just recognize where the problems are, then we would all do it. So by definition, the change is not easy. If the change were easy, we would already be living in utopia. We would be willing to be more self-reflective and, spend more time analyzing our poor behaviors and actually saying sorry and committing to real change and having true integrity and recognizing the fact that all of us take shortcuts from time to time, cheat at some of the games that we've been playing, especially when we know that we can get away with it. Oh, yes, the motivation to cheat, to defect in social games is very, very high. And the more power that you get, the easier it becomes to cheat. And so the bigger incentive that it is to cheat. And then we have this left brain interpreter, right? That just assumes that every action that we perform is perfectly okay, is perfectly moral and ethical. And we tell ourselves this convincing story about why whatever we did that just so happens to be good for us, to be self-serving, was the only thing that we could have done in that situation. And actually, we've helped other people in the process. Colossal errors. Just the human mind is just riddled with the most absurd self-serving programming software. If only we knew how to reprogram ourselves. Can we do it through hypnosis? Self-hypnosis. That's the goal. To put ourselves in radically open mind states and be vulnerable to our own criticism. And we have to question all decisions all the time, especially when we find that we're in a position where we're behaving. When do we need to do it most? When other people challenge us, this is a signal. This is the right moment to be self-critical. Because if someone else is criticizing you, they have a different perspective. They have an I won't say objective because everyone's biased, but they have a different perspective on your behavior. So when someone actually criticizes us, that is the perfect time to take them seriously. You don't have to believe literally what they say, but take that criticism seriously and wonder, is there something to that? Are they right about some things? Most of us become instantly defensive when someone criticizes something that we do. Instantaneously, we put up our shield, we reach for our sword, and we try to fight them off. And we say to ourselves, that can't possibly be right. All this stuff that they're saying, that can't possibly be right. No way. And then our left brain interpreter tells a perfectly good story for why they're totally wrong. In those moments, we're pretty much helpless to do anything other than become defensive and try to rationalize away anyone else's criticisms. However, after that, we need to recognize, holy shit, okay, I did it again. I instantly became defensive. I dismissed their criticism. But now, some time has passed and I'm in my reflective mode. Hopefully, you went home and you turned off the Netflix and you turned off your phone notifications and you got into a place where you became a little bit bored. And your mind started to wander and it started thinking about previous things that had happened, and you finally find yourself wondering now, was that conflict that happened, was that partly because of my own ignorance about myself? Was I actually partially to blame in that scenario? And were those criticisms that people made of me perhaps partially true? This is what I do now. This is the only way to know thyself. As philosophers of old have tried to drill into our heads. And these two words have withstood the test of time, probably the closest thing to truth that we have out there in terms of an edict that has really transformative power. Know thyself. How do we know ourselves better? we have to know that we lie to ourselves. We lie to ourselves. We do it automatically, methodically, ruthlessly, constantly. In every moment, there's a chance that you might be lying to yourself in the way that you're conceptualizing your relationships, the way that you're making sense of the world. We're not doing it we're not doing it intentionally. I'm not saying that we're kind of split into two people and one of us is like the devil and it's trying to mislead us and to get us to do bad, stupid things. No. It's just ignorance. We haven't learned certain things. And one thing that we need to learn is that because of this ignorance, because, by default we trust our intuitions and our feelings, and we assume that whatever that feeling that we have to do X is, because we felt X, we ought to do X. And since we felt it and we did it, then it was justified. That formula is broken. What we need to replace that formula with is the meta process of thinking, where, okay, I realize that I felt X, I felt X, then I did Y, right? I'm changing the structure here, so sorry about that. All right, well, that was not important. The variable is not important. I felt X, I did X, therefore X is justified. Oh no, I felt X, I did Y, therefore Y is justified. What we need to change that formula to is, okay, I recognize that I just felt X, did Y, and felt that Y was justified. That's a pattern. I recognize that pattern over and over again, and now I question, what did I do wrong there? How were my emotions potentially wrong? How was my logic potentially wrong? You do that enough times, and you come to the sad conclusion that you will always be ignorant about something. You will always have some way in which you can improve. There will always be situations where you could have done something better that would have, led to better outcomes. And really the only parts of your intuition that you can trust are for situations that you've been in so many damn times, like thousands and thousands of times, that, you're confident in the results. But most anytime you meet a new person, I think this is one big mistake that we make, is we know that we've been in hundreds of thousands of interactions with other people. The big mistake that we make is we treat new people as if they're just a template for people that we've already dealt with, right? So new people, we simplify them and we're like, okay, well, this person, they look, based on what they're wearing and based on the color of their skin and based on their hairstyle and based on their tattoos and based on the type of logos on their shirt, that reminds me of such and such person. And I know such and such person pretty well. And they're just like a carbon copy of that other person. And so I feel like my intuitions are justified. For however I feel about this new person, because I have this other template that I can utilize, now I know exactly how to deal with this new person. That new person is totally different animal, totally different beast. Just because we recognize a couple different similarities that we see on a surface level with a person that we've already experienced does not mean that we have a highly trained intuition for how to deal with that person. That's a fundamental mistake that humans make. It leads to, it leads to all sorts of negative social behaviors, right? Stereotyping, racism, ageism, any ism out there. It's because we do this. We overgeneralize. It's a process of overgeneralizing. We take some experience that we've had in the past that we feel fairly confident that we know how it works, right? And then we see a new person. We're like, okay, I know how to deal with this person. I know who this person is. I feel I know who this person is. So if I'm fearful of this person for whatever reason, if I'm distrustful of this person, if I'm suspicious of them, then they must be knaves, villains, and I ought to treat them with less respect than I would any other person that I met for the first time. And then, of course, it's, there's this feedback mechanism. So when you've got two humans that are both doing this to each other, right? They've got this way of analyzing each other as two humans. One's analyzing the other human, and they're like, okay, I know exactly who this other human is because this pattern recognition system has extracted some experience that it's had in the past, and it's overgeneralizing, and it's like, I can instantly know exactly who this other person is. So it's doing that, and then it's like, okay, well, based on the match that comes up, this is a fucked up person. I should be suspicious of them and treat them automatically with disrespect. And then they do that in some subtle way, right? Like they just ignore the person, they walk by the person. And this person's like, this person just fucking slighted me. They did some subtle fucked up shit, and I'm aware of that, and I'm in tune with that. My templates for people that slight me subtly, right? For assholes. That pattern recognition system goes off, and now that person treats that other person like shit, and it goes back and forth, right? And pretty soon these two individuals are enemies simply because they made tiny overgeneralizations at the first instant of contact, and now they're immediately doomed to be enemies forever. Such is the tragedy and comedy of the human play, of the human predicament. We're also confident in our intuitions and our ability to read other people just instantly. I know who you are the second I see you. Boom, I'm going to make these snap judgments. I'm going to put you into little categories, stereotypes, and I'm going to either treat you, I'm going to be cool with you, or I'm going to be like, standoffish. That confidence in those instant snap judgments that we have is not serving us well in our current environment because there's too many people. There's too many strangers that we have to deal with. And now that we're all connected over the freaking global internet, we have to deal with everybody in the world, or potentially, some large subset of people from all different places in the world. And so our systems of overgeneralization are really getting us in a pickle now that we're interacting with strangers online. We can no longer use these. They're systems for managing complexity. They were efficient when we, were evolving in small tribes and bands, but they have now become malware in our minds. And we need to somehow reprogram this. We need to understand that it's happening, first of all. We need to get over ourselves, right? Believing that we are actually good at doing this simply because we feel like we're good at doing this. And we need to recognize and change. Not easy. Nearly impossible. Seems like in my experiments, Jesus, how many times have I tried to teach people? People don't even want to know. Ignorance is bliss. People don't want to know that they're acting in fucked up, stupid, irrational ways. They just change the channel. They don't want to hear they want to hear a prophet. They want to hear a spiritual leader telling them that God is up there and that they're perfect just the way that they are. And don't worry, all you have to do is come to church on Sunday and listen to me talk about this thing called God, and you've guaranteed salvation. And don't worry about the stupid fucked up things that you've done. Don't worry. We all sin. All you have to do is believe in God and ask for forgiveness, and magically everything will be better. Right? Here's the ultimate fucking silver bullet. All you need to do is believe in the particular version of a God that I'm telling you to believe in. And by the way, here's a hat. Please put some money in it, because it takes a lot of energy to commune with the divine, if you know what I mean, right? We have technology to do that now. We've got satellites and special quantum computer chips, right? That we use to resonate with the divine being out there. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. We got you covered. People want simple solutions. People don't want to believe that there's something wrong with what they're doing. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with that? $100 million question. Who is capable? Who is capable of truly understanding themselves? Love and patience. Patience, love, both of these things, critical components, critical ingredients in the stew to the most delicious, the most satisfying, the most mouth-watering ingredients. Love and patience. The problem is that we only have love and patience for the right people, right? We don't extend love and patience to all people. I have love and patience for my mom, for my wife, even for my ferrets. Do I have the same love and patience for my tax preparer? For the person that's homeless on the street that's asking for, some food or $1 to buy cigarettes? Do I have love and patience for that car in front of me that's distracted by their phone and has failed to see the green light in front of them? No. Love and patience is selectively applied, unfortunately. Love and patience takes a lot of energy. It takes self-restraint. We can't use it ubiquitously, it seems. Now, I think that all of us should practice feeling love and patience to everyone around us all the time, even if we we don't quite understand them. That we ought to treat everyone with love and patience, and that I think, in my experience, most people, most of the time, reciprocate in kind. Not 100%, but it doesn't matter, right? Because you can never 100% know, right? Life is chaotic, filled with incomplete information. So if you had to have a rule of thumb, a heuristic for how to deal with people, then yes, love and patience all the time. That ought to be the goal, the ideal. But again, when you tell people, look, maybe you have love and patience for your immediate family, but I want you to actually apply that same criteria for all of the people around you, that's when people are like, well, hell no. I'm pretty good at knowing who is who is worthy of love and patience, right? I have this pattern detection system, and I can pick out red team from blue team pretty easily, right? In fact, it only takes between 37 to 100 milliseconds, according to neuroscientists. That's when we make snap decisions about people around us, whether or not we're willing to cooperate with them. So, in a split second, we decide who is worthy of love and patience. And for many of us, there's not too many people that fit the bill. When you start actually questioning your ability to make these social, right, identifications about who around you is actually worthy of having love and patience, and you give more and more people that usually you wouldn't have given a chance, when you run the experiment and you talk to people that you wouldn't have normally talked to because they're kind of standoffish, they're wearing the wrong clothes, or they just seem like, maybe it's probably not profitable for you to talk to them. When you run these experiments, you realize that, most people are pretty cool most of the time. And most of those interactions you don't regret at all. And a tiny fraction of those interactions with people that you normally wouldn't have interacted with lead to these like major revelations, right? It's like a lottery. It's like a lottery. People interacting with humans is like a lottery. So IV3I says you do. It is exhausting, IV3I. Love is a state of being. Is love a state of being? Is love a state of being? That's a good question. Let me think about that, IV3I. Is love a state of being? We normally think of love as kind of an emotion and an action. I think love is a process. I don't think it's a state. Maybe it could be a state. Maybe there's certain, like hindsight 2020, you can identify a boundary, right, of time and interactions where there's that some sort of stable system that you could call a state, and overall that is best characterized by love. But I think love is really a process. I think every state is a process. States are just regenerative processes, right? There's nothing is ever truly inert. Everything is constantly moving, shifting. The universe is a process. It's in constant flux all the time. Everything is a process. States are regenerative processes that on a macroscopic scale appear to be stable to us because we don't have the perceptual precision to actually see all the movement around us, right? So yeah, love could be a state from a zoomed out vision where you don't see where you see whatever you see that process appears to be stable. Love could be a state in that way. It's a form of self-love to not get angry because another human is humaning. It's a form of self-love to not get angry because another human is humaning. Let me think about that. That's a compelling statement. Humans are always humaning. Look at this human. it would be inhuman to get angry at the human for just doing what humans do, humaning. It's inhumane. Asking humans not to human. It's inhumane. Yes, I guess. Is it self-love? I think it's self-love. I mean, okay, so in if it's self-love in the sort of conception of um, when you extend the bonds of family to all humans and all living creatures, but we can just, for this argument, we can just extend it to all humans. If you extend the definition of family to all other humans around you, then yes, it is a form of self love. Because, um, however, I don't know that, like sometimes love is not always the answer. So I'm going to play devil's advocate. I think generally, like, that's a pretty good rule of thumb, self Ivy. And I do agree that in many situations, um, not getting angry is probably the way to go. But I think sometimes anger can have its uses, right? It's a very strong signal. It's a very strong social feedback mechanism. And a lot of the times it's because we evolved in these social groups where, anger was actually, it was an expression, and it was used as a signal to other people when they're crossing the line, right? When they're crossing boundaries and stuff. So it's like that anger, and that can be a powerful signal to stimulate social change in other human beings. It's just you have to know what you're doing, right? You can't, anger is a very, very crude tool. It's like a hammer. And if you wield it in an unskillful way, it can break and it can do more harm than good. So I think that's a good way to split the difference, right? Like anger could be useful, but oftentimes people are just not they don't use it as a surgeon uses a scalpel. They use it as, Mick Jagger uses his electric guitar at the encore performance of the sold out Coliseum, right? He just takes it and smashes it on the ground. And, for some people, I guess that's really appealing, just breaking shit, right? Some people really like that. Let's talk about musicians smashing their instruments at the end of shows. Why do such a thing? Why do such a terrible, destructive thing to the tools that you were just creating beautiful music with, and now you're smashing those things? Why would you do that? Extremely wasteful. Creating a bunch of trash. I guess that's, the like rock and roll and punk music, where you're angry, where, you want things to break, or you see that things are broken and you want to break the broken things. You want to break the broken things because they're functional in some sense, but they're doing the wrong thing. So overall, they're broken because they have the wrong goals. And oftentimes, alternative metal, punk music, it's talking about things that are broken. And that's what I talk about. And I still, I find a lot of the messages and the overall sound and the aesthetic of metal and rock and roll still fairly appealing. Because sometimes you get angry. You get angry and you want to smash shit. But, that's a problem. It's a problem. People getting angry, wanting to break things, they recognize something true, right? Holy shit, there's this broken system. Politicians are corrupt. Um, a lot of people are on the street starving. The game is rigged. It's not fair. You get a lot of people, they get angry, and they're like, let's fucking break this shit. And let's remake it in our image. And that's that's like the fool wielding the big sledgehammer. And then once they've broken the things that they don't like, they don't have the wisdom to actually rebuild it in a better way. And this is sort of the rise and fall of empires, leads to the cycle of history, where still, even with all of our infinite wisdom and infinite powers of technology, and with lightning fast communications technology and the ability to educate people now better than before, we still are struggling to come to grips with our own nature. Because technology, it just accelerates our goals. It accelerates our ability to reach our goals. And if we have the wrong goals, if we have the wrong philosophies, if we're still riddled with cognitive biases, then technology merely amplifies the amount of self-destruction that we are capable of doing, of doling out. Fuck. All of those humans that say that technology is going to save us, don't worry about climate change, because the technological singularity is only 12 months away, according to some clickbait news thing that just popped up on my phone today. Ha! I laugh. I laugh and break wind in your general direction. Those that are so sanguine as to believe that technology is going to reach down like one of those Challenger claws and bring up a beautiful gift and give it to humanity. And the gift, when we open it, it's going to be like the opposite of Pandora's box, and it's going to take all of the madness and chaos, and it's going to suck it all up, and then, I don't know, explode in a beautiful fireworks display. And all of the humans are, it's going to all be live broadcast, and all the humans are going to see this beautiful fireworks show, and they're going to be like, yeah, love and patience. I'm going to have that for all humans now. Something seems off about this story. Something seems quite off. Don't you think? Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? The sense of irony. Here's irony for you. Spending most of your life chasing money, chasing status, only to finally get it and realize that all of those goals were ultimately pointless and self-destructive. If I can get there, everyone can, because I am not exceptional. However, certain individuals, I think, maybe it's good that you don't get power early on in life. You don't get money and power. You don't. Because the people that get money and power too early on in life, they don't seem to do well. Just think of all the, the young performers, the people that just blow up and get hugely successful before they've fully matured as an adult. Like Justin Bieber and Britney Spears, and um, the list of actors and actresses, musicians goes on and on and on and on and on, right? These individuals getting, finding way too much success way too early, and then having a host of psychological issues, relationship issues. Maybe there should be a rule about how much wealth and power an individual should acquire. And maybe, like the cap increases as you age. Or if you could somehow measure, it's not really fair to peg it to age, although it loosely correlates. I think wisdom loosely correlates to age just because it's a probability thing, right? You're giving yourself more time to have more experiences. So it's probably, maybe it's the best metric. But obviously, people have different rates of growth. So if there's a better way to somehow measure wisdom in humans, maybe we could like raise the cap for like acquiring wealth and power. It should start out relatively low, right? Just like you wouldn't give a whole lot of responsibility to a 2-year-old. In fact, you probably wouldn't give any at all. Maybe you give a little bit more responsibility to a 5-year-old. Maybe you give them a little more freedom and power. A 10-year-old, certainly you'd give a 10-year-old a little bit more freedom and power and access to, resources. And an 18-year-old, yeah, sure, I guess they're fit to drive, although I certainly wasn't when I was that age. Or a 16-year-old, it was here in the States, is when you can drive. So we have, throughout the development of the human species, throughout childhood, we recognize that there is these different stages that we go through. And we sort of proportion the amount of freedom and power and access to resources that individuals within these stages of development have. Why does that not continue into the indefinite future for humans? In our current economic model, anyone can have access to extreme amounts of wealth and power, regardless of their age. Normally doesn't happen for people, under 18 or whatever. There's very few people that can accumulate that amount of wealth and power before young adulthood. However, maybe we should there should be different milestones that people need to reach. And then there could be all these different milestones. And depending on the number of milestones that you've reached, maybe that raises sort of the cap for how much wealth and money and power and prestige you can acquire. We could probably do this. We could do this with like a modified social credit system like they have in China. Right? Where, depending on different social interactions, you accumulate different ratings. You accumulate different ratings, right? You accumulate some amount of prestige. Let's call it integrity. I think you should call it integrity. Ivy3I says, I say get money and power for emotional intelligence and self-reflection. Well, shit, yeah, Ivy, I'm all on board for that system, because, dear God, do you know how rich I would be? If I could turn all of my emotional intelligence and self reflective powers into cold hard cash? Jesus, I could buy an island. I could buy a I could buy a planet, probably. Depends on what the conversion rate is, but yeah. Well, what's ironic about that is that the people that have that in spades probably wouldn't want it. So again, that's ironic, right? Is that if you spend your time if you spend your time truly wanting and desiring to learn to learn about yourself, to make the world a better place, you spend a lot of time self-reflecting, how can I treat people differently? How can I be part of the solution? You start to realize that, like money and power doesn't really ever get you happiness. That you quickly revert to baseline, or you raise the bar, and you just need more money and more power and more and more, more and more and more to get you the same amount of happiness. And that happiness it's very, very brief. It only lasts a few days, sometimes a few hours. And when you realize you're on a hedonic treadmill, um, well, some people become so addicted to the treadmill that even if they might have these fleeting thoughts of, holy shit, maybe this process is not really leading me anywhere, they're so addicted to it that it's like it's just the path of least resistance at that point, and they can't seem to get themselves off of it. And when they try to get themselves off of it, they quickly fall into withdrawal, right? Because they're not getting the same amount of money and power and that dopamine and motivation. So, and then they're like, "Oh my God, I feel like I need to fix. I need my fix." And they go back and, buy some new car, or start investing in some, big new company. They just get right back on. Addiction. We're addicted to power and money. And those of us that are not addicted to power and money, surprise, surprise, we don't end up in positions of power to where we can make actually better rules for the rest of people, society to follow. No, we delegate that responsibility to the most greedy, to the most power hungry among us, right? The sociopaths. Good job, us. That was smart. Yes, we should we should have the most addictive personalities, the least compassionate among us, make all the rules that we all have to abide by. That was a good idea. Holy shit. That was that's a tragedy. How do we deal with that? Well, we can't really, right? We just have to wait until these giant companies, nation states, all these giant organizations that are led by sociopathic, power hungry people, they eventually will die out. They eventually will fall under the weight of their own hubris and overconfidence. It would be nice if we could, selectively take them out. Right? It would be nice if we could organize like a mass protest and boycott some of the worst offenders before they just naturally collapse under the weight and the gravity of their own hubris and overconfidence. It would be nice if we could do that. They're like dinosaurs. The future is going to be like, I think it's going to be like dinosaurs, where nation states are the social dinosaurs. So when the asteroid hits, it's not going to be a literal asteroid, but the asteroid is like a metaphor for, um, technology gone awry, AGI, climate change, um, political division, fractionation, social upheaval, right? Nation states are the dinosaurs that are going to go extinct. And what happened when the dinosaurs went extinct? It was a pretty pivotal, clutch event in our history, because after the dinosaurs went extinct, it made room for those little quick and adaptable and in many ways more intelligent mammals to inherit the earth. So, like in the Bible, they say that it's said that the meek shall inherit the earth. So if you translate meek into meaning smaller and more adaptable and more resilient, then maybe that's correct. Maybe the meek shall inherit the earth. And it's really going to be more self-reliant communities that are focused on creating their own food in sustainable ways, creating their own energy, creating their own culture, that isn't based on upping the ante in terms of more and more dopamine. So more music, more art, more physical interaction, less sitting in front of machines that are synthetically designed to extract the most or elicit the most amount of dopamine responses. We really do need to get away from machines. I'm starting to become convinced that technology really is just destroying us all. There's got to be, I'm sure there's a line. I'm sure there's like a way to keep technology at like an arm's length and still use the sort of the better aspects of it. But geez, like we rely on technologies, phones to store all of our information for other people's phone numbers. We use it, we rely on it. We can't even navigate our surroundings anymore because we offload all that onto our phones and technology. I can't do mental math anymore because calculators on our phones. We're becoming so reliant on technologies that are not regenerative. They break down over time. And all of these computers and technological systems require like rare earth minerals that are really expensive and hard to mine. And in mining them causes a lot of economic damage. So what happens when when we reach sort of the limit and the peak of all of these stored materials and we keep on growing and our technology begins to break down and we have to replace those technologies, but we don't have enough of these rare earth minerals or we don't have an abundance of them to replace all of the systems that we are now dependent on. It feels like that's going to be a breaking point where we're going to be like, okay, well, what kinds of technology do we really need? Do we really rely on? And what kinds are we just using because we're just fucking fiends? We're fiends for the machines. Machine fiends. That would be damn funny, like a reset. It's not funny, Ivy3i. This is happening. This is happening. the technology, we're all becoming so dependent on technologies that nobody understands. None of us can make an iPhone. None of us can make a computer. None of us can make a thermostat. We have thousands of different specialists doing tiny little jobs in complex supply chains that span the globe, right? We have manufacturing plants that do make one tiny little part, and then they send that across the country. Someone else that makes a tiny little part, and then they send that somewhere. And I listened to a statistic recently. I'm trying to remember what it was, but if you compare like cars when they first came out, like the Ford Model T, and you just kind of list all of the different materials that go into the car, and you compare the list of materials that are required to build the car to a car today, the list of materials that are required to make a car's tire for a car today is like twice as long as the list of materials to build the entire car in the 1940s or 30s, whenever the Model T came out. The amount of materials that you need to build a car tire today dwarfs the list of materials to make an entire car 100 years ago. Give or take. Maybe not quite 100 years ago. I'm not sure when the cars came out. That level of complexity for the goods that we produce requires this insanely complex supply chain, insane number of specialists, insane number of manufacturing plants, each of them with a tiny bit of the knowledge that is required to produce that item. We have all these really complex supply chains, and because they're so complex, they're very, very fragile, right? So we have one epidemic like COVID breakout, or we have one major disaster somewhere in the world. If it destroys one of these pieces of the supply chain, and now that supply chain breaks down, there's nowhere else we're going to get iPhones. That's it. That's the end of iPhones. That's the end of, all-weather tires or whatever thing is. Until that network can sort of resource and regenerate itself. But, that's just for one thing that we buy as consumers. And so if we just see this as a general trend, right, where all the stuff that we rely on depends on these global supply chains that are super, super fragile, and we just assume, right, that they are going to be big black swan events that affect us in the future, right? Political wars, populist presidents like Donald Trump that are threatening tariffs and doing stupid things, right? Major technological disruptions, climate-related things. Small things can have big effects. So we have to assume that there's going to be big disruptive events in the future. And if we are creating a society that is so dependent on fragile ecosystems, then it's almost certain that we're going to have to simplify and reset a little bit. and that in the process we're going to lose a lot of the specific knowledge that we needed to make those complex things, and then we're going to have to, you know, rediscover those things. Or maybe we'll discover that actually we didn't need any of those things to begin with, and that life is better off without them. Many occasions when what we really need to do is remove extraneous shit from our environments that is not actually helping us. It's actually just getting in the way, or it's distracting us in some way. The more of us that recognize the need for this simplification, the more time we'll make for ourselves to have important conversations, the more minds we'll be able to slowly change, the more converts we'll be able to attract. The faster we'll accumulate a critical mass of thinkers that are able to overcome the current cultural norms that have embedded themselves in the earth like a tick and are sucking the life force out of it. Cultural norms, the status quo, are cultural norms. I'm not saying all of them are like ticks, but, you know, if you look at Western systems of beliefs, feels like a very big tick just really dug in and just sucking the life right out of this whole experiment. It takes its toll. It takes its toll. Surely, imagine the panic amongst people trying to learn how to grow potato by hand. Yeah, and not having access to YouTube. And not having any, you know, old books because we threw them all away. We threw away all the books. Our internet went down. We can't access any of the YouTube videos about how to grow potatoes. And we just all kind of like stare at each other in disbelief. We're like, wait, what? We have to be potato farmers now? What? How is that going to work? This can't be. No. I mean, I could do it in Farmsville. I can grow potatoes in Farmsville, right? I know exactly how many measures of water and how much. I know how many icons of water and how many icons of earth it takes to make potatoes in Farmsville, but this is real life. I don't know how to deal with that. We're training our brains to play a strange game. Training our brains to be good at playing strange games. In virtual worlds, we have no shame. But in these strange games that we seem to be playing in today's age, we're going to be ashamed that we didn't learn how to play the real games to make the real things that we need tomorrow in order to survive in the same way. We slave away at these insane games in these virtual worlds. It's all about to change. Surely as the seasons do, this complexity is going to give way. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. Stretch it out, out, out. Caramello. Stretch your sweet imagination from your fingers to your mouth. Stretch it out, caramello. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? Caramello. It was this chocolate bar filled with caramel. Caramel or caramel? It's this little chocolate bar, and so filled with caramel. And the whole the jingle, it had a jingle back when jingles were a big thing. Back in the 90s when I was growing up, every single product had a catchy jingle. I don't know why they stopped doing this. Maybe it just kind of fell out of fashion, but super effective having a jingle. Really good way to embed a product, the memory or the thought or the idea of a product in your head. Right? Associate it with a catchy song, an earworm. Caramello. So everything, bubblegum, right? TV shows, Captain Planet. They all have these jingles. Why do we do this? Indoctrination. That's why we do it. That's right. We use music to indoctrinate each other. Advertisers. Advertisers love this, right? This is the whole point of advertising. Why do we need advertising? Well, we wouldn't buy stuff otherwise. Or we'd only buy, stuff that we really needed. We buy stuff when we think about it. We only think about stuff when we have a need for stuff. So if we don't think about stuff on our own because we don't have a need for it, then we won't buy it. And manufacturers, companies don't like this. Because pretty soon, the population of people that actually need your product have been serviced and satisfied, and you don't have anybody else to sell it to. So you need to create artificial demand for your product. And the way that you do that is by using advertising as propaganda. You create within the minds a sense of longing and desire for products that people don't need by making some kind of compelling argument that those people, in fact, do need them. How do you do that? Lifestyle imagery. People don't sell products. Advertisements do not focus on the quality, the technical specs, the actual things that the product is going to solve, the problems that the product is going to solve for you. They just show happy, beautiful people having the time of their life using the products. Why do they do this? They're not in the business of solving real problems anymore. They're in the business of getting you to feel like you are in an emotional deficit. They're showing you these pictures of other people that are having the time of their life, and by comparison, you feel shittier about your life. They know that we humans, we do this automatically. We compare ourselves to other people around us. And we do the same whether or not they're real people or just images of people on the television. So, we see an advertisement for Men's Shave Club or whatever, Manscape online, and we see, what do we see? We don't see technical specs. We don't see, how well it's going to take off your stubble and get rid of razor burn and stuff. No, we just see a bunch of really attractive dudes getting a bunch of really attractive girls and going on dates. And if we're the kind of person that is not constantly surrounded with attractive women and going out on dates, we're going to be like, holy shit, there's a big difference here. I'm comparing myself to this thing. And now I'm being primed by this sense of personal lacking, this emotional deficit, this happiness deficit. And I'm more likely to reach for a solution to that emotional deficit. Right? I'm seeking to be more like these humans. And what were these humans doing? Well, they were using this shave club. They were using this particular shaver. Axe body spray. So this is what advertising does. Artificially increases demand by convincing people that they're not enough by themselves. Advertising is totally fucked because it fucks with our heads. And people are just totally cool with it right now. Everybody's just like, oh yeah, it's fine. Advertising, it's okay that every time I look through a cooking blog, I have to scroll through at least 53 different ads before I actually get to the fucking recipe. People just think that that's fine, no problem. It's all right. I don't pay attention to the ads anyways. I don't see any of them. Sure you don't. That's why companies are spending so much money engaging in a totally pointless activity that you're just able to, ignore. It has no effect at all. Sure. People really need to start thinking outside of the boxes we are born into. Society became a prison, for the most parts, and the grass is greener where you water it. I agree. We are living in a prison. We're living in a psychological prison, mostly, because it's not as if there's any hard and fast rules about where we have to live, about the lives that we have to choose, about the jobs that we have to do, about the games that we have to play. We have freedom to break away from it. It's psychological chains. Programming in our software. Programming that's reinforced by advertisements, reinforced by other people buying into the whole thing, right? Buying into the whole idea that they need to participate in the rat race, buying into the idea that wealth and money are going to actually make their lives better. When actually, you get the illusion of making progress, but you're really just running in place. Because happiness and emotional things are really just chemical processes in the brain. And there's different ways to get back to that place, but you'll never find a permanent solution there. You never find a permanent fixture in Happiness Town or on Mount Happiness, on Mount Satisfaction. There is no such place. They're only vistas on an endless mountain to climb. And when our happiness and when our rewards are pegged to a fundamentally environmentally destructive system, and all of us, or many of us, the majority of us, are deluded into servicing this machine because we've bought into this reality, that is where we are. A nightmare, a hell on earth. We've created hell. We didn't need the devil to take us there. We built it ourselves. Some of us have. Most people probably, I don't know. Most people probably agree with that this is hell and that it's all gone awry, but they would probably deny that they have any part or responsibility in that process. And that's one of the problems, is that no one thinks that they're responsible for any of this. Because we're good people. Yeah, we are. But being good people doesn't necessarily mean being wise people. Doesn't necessarily mean seeing very far ahead. We got to change things. And we can't change things until we realize that there's a problem, realize that we're part of the problem, and start talking to people, other people that want to change things. We really don't even need real solutions. The first step is admitting that we have a problem and getting together to talk about it. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. People don't know that they can change the world because we're really programmed to believe the opposite. Yeah, it's reinforced. We're just statistics. Our society treats us like statistics. We have this winner take all system. So most of us, we don't get that kind of feedback. Right? We don't get the kind of feedback from society that indicates that our actions are significant. And so over a lifetime of engaging and interacting in these kind of jobs that have short ceilings and no room for actual growth, over a lifetime of experience in a society of feeling insignificant, we get programmed to believe that there is no hope, that we can do anything to change the world. And that is that keeps the machine going. When the prisoners are resigned to their bars, when the slaves are resigned to their chains, and they continue to work away, that keeps the machine going. We need a massive nonviolent demonstration around the world. Of people saying, you know what, I see these invisible chains now. And I'm not sure if I can remove them by myself, but I'm going to stop working for the people that are responsible for putting them on me. I'm going to stop going to work for manufacturers that are building stuff that's really not necessary for human beings. What kinds of things are not really not necessary? How about fidget spinners? How about anything that's plastic that's designed to just sit on a shelf, that's created not as a product of someone's artistic inspiration, but just as a mass produced bauble that sits on a shelf? All that shit. Unnecessary. Don't buy don't buy that. Stop buying that shit. Not gonna make you happy. Um, what other things are totally unnecessary right now? I guess a lot of things are, maybe they could be necessary, but there's just like, we think that we need multiple versions of the same thing. Like shoes. How many pairs of shoes do you need? Well, you, depending on where you live, you probably only need a few varieties of shoes. If you live in Seattle, there's a lot of rain. So you might do well with some rain boots. Whereas, someone in um, LA probably doesn't need rain boots. Maybe they need sandals instead. And then maybe, there's some cultural events where you want a nice pair of shoes. And if you're a jogger, right, you want running shoes. But you only need a handful. I need a handful of shoes. So that's an example of, like certain things are necessary, but we kind of go overboard because we just like shopping. We like getting new stuff. It makes us feel like we're growing as a person, when really we're not. We're just increasing the amount of trash that ends up in the ocean and in landfills. Quality made things. Quality over quantity. Right now, we're the opposite. Right now, society is like, at large, we're like quantity over quality. Right? How many news articles do we read now? I think most of us, we have this like, we have some sort of app that aggregates a bunch of news. And if you're like many people, you've got a few different ones. And you get all of these little headlines, and there's like a quick summary. And you scroll through like hundreds of news ads, not ads, stories, hundreds of news stories a day. Is that quantity or quality? Instead of scrolling through 100 news stories, if you instead read and understood one in-depth sort of article about something, don't you think you would get more out of it? I think most people would probably agree. It's more logical to believe that spending more time reading in more depth and getting more detail about a single thing for longer focusing on it longer would be the route to like more retention and deeper understanding about stuff than just, you know, having these little one-offs of sort of context-free headlines with very little additional information. And yet we sort of choose quantity over quality because attention span, technology, access. And a lot of the news, you know, a lot of the news sources are not doing long form articles anymore. And they're not doing that because they see this trend. They see this trend of apps that, you know, are kind of minimizing the attention span that it takes to actually consume different news articles, are starting to get more and more attention. And so they follow that model. So everyone's following this model of more and more, quicker, less detail, less real content, less real meat, more junk food. And as a society, we're just kind of all getting sucked along to this trend. It's changing our beliefs about what news ought to look like as well. We're consuming more and retaining less. And there's an opportunity cost to that. And what about the overwhelming amount of information that we're kind of trying to hold on to all at the same time? It's like I see it as, you know, when you're cleaning up and you've got a bunch of stuff that you're trying to move, or maybe when you go to the grocery store and you've got a bunch of bags of groceries and groceries in the car, and you're like, you know what? I bet I can do this all in one trip. So you try to carry as much stuff as humanly possible. And you're like, I can handle this. It'll be fine. I'm sure. I'm sure. Right? So you've got 3 bags on each arm, and then you've got like some paper towels balanced on your head, and maybe a gallon of milk like in the crook of your arm. And you're like going in, you're fumbling for your keys, and you try to unlock the door. And at some point, you lose all of it. It all just falls to the ground, and you end up with a bunch of smashed eggs. That's kind of how I feel like media consumption is right now in this day and age. It's like we're trying to do so much because there's just so much to try to keep track of, right? We feel compelled to keep track of what's happening in 7 different major, you know, uh, countries in politics. We feel compelled to follow all these unraveling stories. We feel compelled to follow technology or whatever is going on in the Marvel universe or whatever, you know, is happening in your favorite game, Star Citizen or Star Trek or StarCraft or Dancing with the Stars. Or there's just so much that we could pay attention to. There's so much that we feel compelled to pay attention to. And yet, it's too much. What's the way out of this trap? Is the way out of this trap inventing some new technology for our brains so that we can manage even more stuff? Maybe the solution is to invest in Elon Musk's Neuralink software company so that he can sell us a bunch of hard drives that we can attach to our brains. Don't worry, they're gonna be quantum drives, I'm sure. There's not gonna be any like spinning disc that makes a bunch of noise that you have to stick to the back of your skull. Yeah, they're gonna try to sell us. So we created all these problems. All these companies and media companies have created this problem of informational overload and junk food glut, and they're going to try to sell us solutions to the problems that they created in the first part. Here's an app that allows you to manage all of your different news feeds. It aggregates them all, and now you can set some different settings to show where these different news feeds are going to come in. We're going to give you like permissions, and we're going to create filters so that you can filter out some of the clickbait headlines now, right? Technological solutions to technological problems. Where does it end? One technological solution after another to problems that technology is creating. We're fighting a hydra. That's what we're fighting. This beast is most similar to the mythical idea of the hydra, whence you cut one of the heads off and two grow in its place. We're fighting a hydra. Imagine having a chip implanted and then it gets monetized. You know, I could see that. I could see that, ID. Well, right now, look, we're doing that already. It's just it's not an implant yet. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, all of these platforms are compelling us. First, they're giving us free access to the service, right? Just sign up. Just give us your email. Don't worry about the fact that we're going to sell it to a bunch of other advertisers behind the scenes. You'll never know about it. Don't worry about that. This is free, right? It's a service. We're giving it away for free out of the goodness of our hearts. All of you can use this. Go on here and you can connect with people from all over the world. You can show people how smart you are by creating videos on YouTube. And if you're outstanding, we'll even pay you for it. It's a very, very juicy, shiny carrot at the end of a big stick. And people flock to these programs in droves. Everyone wants to be popular. And these platforms, finally, and make it so that even the underdogs can have their day, their 5 minutes of fame, right? Just create compelling content. That's all you have to do. So you crowdsource. So these companies now are crowdsourcing content creation, and they're only paying 0.001% of the people that make the content. It's essentially a lottery, and we're all so stupid that we've fallen for it. Even I'm on Twitch right now, so I've essentially fallen for it as well. It's the tools of the devil Can you use the tools of the devil to fight the devil? Hopefully, because otherwise we're going to be really screwed because I can't create my own social network and my own content system. Maybe eventually that's part of the solution. We need to eradicate Twitch and YouTube and X and Twitter, and we need to replace it with a social network that is actually publicly owned by all of the and everyone has a share in the company. All of the users are the owners, not some private company with shareholder interests. That's one of the things that we definitely need to do. Because right now, these companies, why are they so rich? Why are all the billionaires, Mark Zuckerberg, right? Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Sundar Pichai at Google, all of them own these really big social media companies. All the billionaires. How is it possible that they've become so wealthy? Crowdsourcing. They're taking a tiny bit of wealth from all of their billions and billions of users. For free. They're getting it for free. We are giving away time, energy, commitment, information. We're creating stuff. We're creating value, and they are profiting off of the value that we create and only paying out a tiny bit in the form of lottery payouts to a few, the few content creators that actually go viral and get huge. They're like, okay, we're going to make an example of these tiny, Mr. Beast. Look, you see Mr. Beast? He's just some asshole, right, of average intellect that put in his time, and now he's this super wealthy kid that's making terrible content, but everybody's tuning in. You could be like that. It's a lottery. It's a brain drain. It's a societal brain drain. We're giving all the value that we create to a few very, very powerful individuals who have no idea actually what to do with their wealth. They're not making the world better places. They don't care about any of us. I saw a funny article that said, billionaires are not your friends. And it had it was almost like a Family Guy, a cartoon interpretation of like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos in a family portrait. It was like a caricature. And it said, billionaires are not your friends. I watched there was a John Oliver show. John Oliver is a satirical comedian who talks about politics and social issues here in the U.S. And he talked about how Mark Zuckerberg has tried to rebrand himself as like this hip, cool dude. He's tried to make himself like more relatable by wearing a big gold chain and like a t-shirt, and he has like this afro now. He's trying to like blend in somehow and convince people that he's just one of the guys. He's just one of the dudes. He's just an average Joe, right? I'm totally relatable. And they showed a clip of him on Joe Rogan, and it's just like wolf in sheep's clothing. And Joe Rogan, too, has now been co-opted by the machine. He used to be a place where, you could get long-form conversations and some semblance of reality and like genuine conversations, but he's been corrupted. So it's sad, right? Like corruption, it just like it gets its nasty little tendrils inside of all of us. The prospect of wealth and security and extra power and friends in high places. They say everyone has a price. Everyone has a price. Everyone's going to sell out for the right price. How can we measure integrity? Wouldn't it be great if we had a way, like a social media app, where we could somehow collectively keep track of the things that people do and like assign them an integrity score, and then somehow somehow amplify the messages and the kinds of things that people with high scores say on social media, and like suppress or dampen the amount of signals that are being sent from people with low scores. But for what are so many people asleep? I feel like there are zombies all around me, and those people are then judging people like the so called fentanyl zombies on the street. And make it make sense. The ego is working hard. Again, starve the ego and feed the soul. Maybe the solution is disrupting everything. And every time you watch people act in this automation, like forming a drop until enough are formed to flood the rich away. Talking, connecting is really the way. Even the zombies are looking around and seeing zombies. Yes. Well, it's because um, the thing is that we're not all zombies all the time. We're just like zombies for certain aspects of the world. So many of us are aware of the problem of like plastic pollutions and everything, but we're not as aware of the dangers of like um, abuses on social media or the problems of advertising. So maybe we're willing to give up plastic straws and even decrease our consumption of products that come in plastic materials, but we're not willing to stop going to work at a well-paid white-collar job at a Microsoft. So it's like the problem is that we're all zombies, but we're only zombies in certain aspects of our life, and we're not aware of the aspects of our life in which we are just going along, right? In which we have just accepted something that ought to be questioned that isn't. And we don't question the things because it provides a good paycheck. It allows us to save for the future, right? It gives us the sense of job security and that we'll be able to pay for our kids' college tuition. So the problem is that we're simultaneously we've been thrust into a society where the rules of the game were given to us. Most of the rules we kind of just internalized and we accepted them without questioning them. And over time, we get wiser about certain aspects because certain events happen that, or we watch a documentary that shows problems of the giant trash gyre in the Pacific Ocean that's as big as the size of Texas or France or however big it is. And we're like, okay, plastic is a problem. and so I'm going to consume less plastic. Um, so we become incrementally wiser. But rejecting the entire thing is just too much because that leaves us optionless. Saying that, coming to the conclusion that society as a whole is immoral and it's ultimately self-destructive doesn't give us a lot of options, right? And so that's not a realistic, it's not a realistic reaction. So what we need is we need a few people that have both the freedom, the knowledge, the compassion, and the courage to speak up, to start to network, to get together, strengthen numbers. So we can't all just be alone in this. We actually have to build a network. We have to, and people have to see, right, the aggregate. Because if people just see, if there's 1,000 Mr. Royberts out there that are speaking into different little niche communities around them, and they appear to be alone in their message, that is not nearly as effective as having a convention and getting those 1,000 Mr. Royberts together, right? And hearing them all sort of speak in unison about a particular topic that they've all converged on a solution to, or whatever. So it's like somehow we need all the people that are concerned about all the things to like form bridges so that they can be seen as a collective, so they can be seen and heard as a collective. And once we figure out how to do that, there will be a tipping point. There will be a critical mass where the number of people and their relative influence becomes large enough to start then bringing people in, to then start convincing people that, holy shit, yeah, there are different options for me. And I'm not stuck with this old system that I know I have this sense or intuition that it's not really working, but I just don't have any other options because I'm a wage slave, because I have children that I have to feed and I have to put them through school. So we need a critical mass. I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to get there. If we don't get there, well, shit's gonna hit the fan. I mean, shit has been hitting the fan for a long time now, and many people have been, many people have been saying similar things that I'm saying right now for hundreds of years, possibly thousands of years. And so far, we've seen incremental social movements, but nothing on this scale before. So if there is such an event that is capable of providing a tipping point for a radical phase transition in global society worldwide, that event will be unprecedented. And I think that it will happen when enough people that are, talking about small things, small parts of the problem, all realize that they're all talking about pieces of a bigger problem, and they get together and start networking and are like, how do we amplify our collective voice And how do we offer people an alternative? A tipping point. Daniel And, happy weekend day. Happy weekend day, Daniel And. Ivy3I, you think veganism is the group? I think that that group is too small. I mean, that's an example of one group of people that recognize the problem of industrial farming, right? That recognize that it's very uncompassionate and cruel to produce food in the way that we do. And that this is actually, and that cows are a huge problem for methane production. And that, like it takes whatever 10 times the amount of energy worth of grass and oats and stuff to feed cows as we get in terms of the caloric content that we get out of a cow. There's like this massive, it's like 1 to 10 ratio, where the amount of calories that we use to create 1 pound of beef is like ridiculous. So yeah, that process writ large over the globe is one small part of the problem. So we need all the vegans to get together with all the people that are speaking out about, the problems of social media, and the people that are speaking out about the problems of the green energy revolution, um, the people that are speaking out about the overuse of antibiotics, and the people that are speaking out about um, I don't know, the problems of car culture. I mean, all of that. We need to network all these people together. You get them all in a big room together, and you give them the same color T-shirt, right? And now that group of kind of individualistic people that are all narrowly focused on one small aspect, at least they're temporarily seen to be a kind of a group, a collective, with actual organization. Because that's what we need. We need like all of these, we need all the well-meaning individuals that are focused on small aspects of the larger meta crisis to get together and just put on the same shirt and do it in public where other people can see, holy shit, there's actually an organized group of people this is gaining steam, and I want to be part of it. And how can I support this? Time for merch, Roy. Yeah. So I admit I have my own shirts. I have Joy of Thinking shirts. And I didn't think of it as a way to really make money. Maybe I did a little bit. Like, here's a way that I could actually support the stream a little bit more. So I made my own shorts. But if that's the end goal, then that sucks, right? I see a lot of streamers and a lot of artists that have merch, and I don't think that it's not totally unethical to support people and do so by getting shirts, but maybe it is when, they're just t-shirts that are mass produced by industrial plants that have poor working conditions with not a lot of health oversight for their workers, and are exporting tons of air pollutants in the world over in China, leading to basically unbreathable air over there for billions of people or millions of people. So it's like we have to be more considerate. It's not like t-shirts are bad, and it's not like branding and feeling like part of a culture or part of a tribe is bad necessarily. Um, but that's the thing. Like you get together in this network, if they decided that holy shit, we need to create a uniform so that we can identify each other. Maybe T-shirts are fine, but we need to make sure that that business goes to a T-shirt producer that has sound and sustainable business model, right? Not just send it to the lowest bidder. And we need to make sure that whatever logo that we create for the brand is not done by machine learning and or LLMs, right? We have to pay real fucking artists to draw the logo and the thing. People like myself, I did logo designs. Um, you got to support people. You got to support creative individuals. We can't outsource everything that we do to machines. What's the point of being alive if we have nothing to do? Daniel N says we could have a badge. Yeah, I like, or patches. Badges and patches. Ivy Eye says the problem is learned aggression without the need to against helpless beings. If you think about it, this is the first milestone that sets a tone in society. And a secret handshake. I guess that doesn't make sense if you're wearing a badge. I had the idea that what we need is like an anti logo. What could it possibly mean for something to be an anti logo? What I was thinking is that each person somehow creatively figures out a way to express an idea. The same general idea. So in this case, I think the only one that I can think of that might fit the bill is the idea of um, like the universal striving for empowerment and the bettering of humanity in a collective sense, right? Like striving to be better within the group as a part of the whole, and then and the desire to see the collective improve, right? The desire to see one's own self improve um, as a part of the whole improving. Is there a word for that? If there's not a word for that, there should be a word for that. And whatever that is, if you wanted a logo, an anti-logo for that concept, you would have every single person create their own way to visualize this idea. Their own metaphor, their own imagery, their own, some people it'll have foxes and mushrooms, and some people it'll just be, sacred geometrical mandalas, and other people it'll be like a spider, sniffing its own fart or whatever. And each person creates their own way of expressing the same idea. And that's like this amazing icebreaker that people could talk about that brings them even closer together, right? So like and I think that people really should get this tattooed on their body somewhere, because that is representative of expensive signaling. So you wouldn't have as many people just like doing it in order to blend in so that they could take advantage of being part of the group, right? And then trying to blend in but having nefarious selfish reasons for doing so. If you have expensive signaling, then you reduce the number of like people that try to copy, that try to gain entry to the group, but they're really like double agents. What's up, conservative Erg? A no-go. Yes, Daniel. Yes. I knew you were here for a reason. A no-go. That's much better than an anti-logo. A no-go. That just might be profound, sir. Thank you for that. Hooray, it's the one person with an actual traditionally intellectual mind in this cesspit. I'll take that as a compliment. I don't like wallowing in cesspits, but I didn't have a choice in the matter. I was born here. I don't know that I'm the one person, but I was telling this to Ivy 3i before, there's all kinds of people just like me that are like, you know what? Let's be brutally honest with ourselves. Humans are fucked up in all sorts of a myriad different ways, and most of us, are blind to the specific ways that we're fucked up. But there are many of us out there that have we've been around the block once or twice. We've studied enough things about, neuroscientists, we've studied enough philosophy, we've studied enough different stuff to realize that the depths of our own ignorance have no bounds. And so once you reach that conclusion, you're forced to the belief that at any moment I could be lying to myself based on my selfish needs, because that's what humans do when they're ignorant about things. We create the best story that makes sense given what little information we have, and we use that as the way that we justify all our actions. And so, oftentimes in our lives, we are just in the business of telling ourselves pretty good stories that justify our actions, but a lot of those instances are instances of self-deception. So once you figure out that human brains just do this in the same way that LED light bulbs give off light, you're forced to the unfortunate conclusion that at any moment I could be deceiving myself. Therefore, I have to proceed with caution at any moment, and never have so much conviction in a particular belief that I'm not willing to change it. I'm not willing to look at any other perspectives on it and maybe try to shift it a little bit. You were not born on Twitch. Have some self-respect. Could I tell you about the haul of books I've bought over the past 7 days, or would that be selfish? Yeah, tell me about it. What books have you bought? Have a rose. Hands over a deep crimson rose. Nice. I like that symbolic gesture. So maybe conservative Verk, what would your no-go be? We created a concept on this stream. As far as we know, nobody else has ever had this concept before. It's probably false. We're probably deluding ourselves if we believe that we've come up with something totally original that no one's ever thought before, but we don't know for sure. So we're going to cling to the belief that maybe something completely original and spontaneous and miraculous came out of this stream. But minutes ago, the idea is the no-go. It started off as the anti-logo, right? The logo that expresses, an image that expresses the same idea, but with different visual imagery. So that's the idea of an anti-logo or a no-go, is a collection of images that all point to the same thing, right? They all reference the same idea, object, but everyone uses a different imagery to point to that thing. And the imageries that are used, there is some quality about the kind of imagery that naturally arises, because they're all trying to, in different creative ways, point to the same thing. So the only way that they're recognizable is kind of in the way that ciphers would recognize the right kind of password, right? Is if there's some quality to the imagery that it has some abstract, right, quality about it that makes it identifiable. So, and we wouldn't need to do that, like, scientifically speaking. I think that if well-meaning people were all trying to come up with creative ways to express the same idea, there would be a kind of spontaneous resonance, visual resonance that was at least intuitively detectable. So I thought the thing that we need a no-go for is the idea or the desire to see oneself grow and progress within a group of people, within a family, within an organization, within human society. And I think maybe it should be extended to all, like, humans at this point, because I mean, it sucks, but we're in this position where we have to share the earth with everyone now, and we can't really retreat into our own dark corners. And I mean, we can, but I think that increasingly the evidence is mounting that's probably not a long-term strategy for survival. And so if we could get people together to, like, how do we all make sure that we can trust each other as part of the family, this new big family that we're creating? Well, we could do it with a logo, right? A national flag, but maybe we need a no-go instead, right? Because what that does is it sends the signal that you're not just another statistic. You're not the same as every other person, right? You might have the same desire to be part of this family and watch yourself grow along with everyone else, but you're an individual, and that's why you have this unique perspective of this idea, of this feeling, of this ideal, of this desire. And everyone should get that tattooed, because that's an expensive signaling mechanism. You're an empiricist through and through, usually, and I went out and bought a Critique of Pure Reason by Immanuel Kant. You know that the empirical mind is formally recognized as being separate and different from the rational mind. The empirical mind is formally recognized as being separate and different from the rational mind. Ergo, logic and reason are two separate things in formal logic. Logic and reason are two separate things in formal logic. So, yeah, I mean that we have two words for them. They're often used interchangeably. of right, like just using valid methods of thinking. And I probably don't do a good job of differentiating between the two oftentimes. Because I'm more of a like, I use things very, very fluidly a lot of the time. I'm not as left-brained and like structured as a lot of people, so I probably don't do this well enough. But yeah, okay, that's cool. You bought the entire 5 Foot Shelf by Charles Eliot. Got a good deal on it too? So far you've read 4 of 51? How can anyone be any logos? Badum Tish. How can anyone be any logos? Ah, logos. Yeah, what is so logos is that's what Greek for what? Or not Greek, Latin. What is logos again? Any equals against. I'd be shocked if Aristotle isn't in there. One of the books I read in there was Credo. The logos, think of mythology and symbolism and folklore as being connected. Logos is logic. Ethos is ethics. It does have different meanings as well in other contexts to be fair and just. There is a third I forget. They teach us in rhetoric. Logos, ethos, and yeah, pathos. Is that it? I'm actually not really. I'm not. I'm not well versed in using these words. So let's look them up. Really. Let's learn something. Modes of persuasion. Ethos, pathos, and logos. The modes of persuasion, modes of appeal or rhetorical appeals. Greek pistes are strategies of rhetoric that classify a speaker's or writer's appeal to their audience. These include ethos, pathos, and logos, all three of which appear in Aristotle's rhetoric. Together with those three modes of persuasion, there is also a fourth term, kairos, which is related to the moment that the speech is going to be held. Huh. That's like context. This can greatly affect the speaker's emotions, severely impacting his delivery. Another aspect defended by Aristotle is that the speaker must have wisdom, virtue, and goodwill so he can better persuade his audience, also known as ethos, pathos, and logos. Ethos is an appeal to the authority or credibility of the presenter. It is how well the presenter convinces the audience that the presenter is qualified to speak on the subject. Aristotle acknowledged that the union between the speaker's appearance, his reputation, and his ability to give the speech all add up to the meaning of ethos. This can be done by being a notable figure in the field of question, such as a college professor or an executive of a company whose business is related to the presenter's topic, demonstrating mastery of the terminology of the field, being introduced by or producing bona fides from other established authorities. Pathos is an appeal to the audience's emotions. The terms sympathy, pathetic, and empathy are derived from it. It can be in the form of metaphor, simile, a passionate delivery, or even a simple claim that a matter is unjust. Pathos can be particularly powerful if used well, but most speeches do not solely rely on pathos. It is most effective when the author or speaker demonstrates agreement with an underlying value of the reader or listener. In addition, the speaker may use pathos and fear to sway the audience. Logos is logical appeal or simulation of it, and the term logic is derived from it. It is normally used to describe facts and figures that support the speaker's claims or thesis. There are also more traditional forms of logical reasoning, such as syllogisms and enthymemes, an argument with a hidden premise. So, arguments where you take for granted certain assumptions. Logos is also related to the rational appeal that speakers use to persuade their audience through the usage of patterns such as facts, statistics, and data, also known as informational processing. Aristotle believed those who use persuasion should use those forms of logical reasoning. Okay, so, Kairos. Let's read Kairos real quick, because I've never heard of this. Kairoi, plural, is an arguable fourth mode of persuasion, which means the right time, season, or opportunity. Choose your moments. Choose your battles. Kairos is an appeal to the timeliness or context in which a presentation is publicized, which includes contextual factors external to the presentation itself, but still capable of affecting the audience's reception to its arguments or messaging, such as the time in which a presentation is taking place. Yeah. You don't want to present your statistics on like the need for population control at someone's gender reveal party or something of that nature. Know your audience. The appropriateness of the timing with which information is created. All right, cool. What do you think about this? Balthier says it's more a framework for persuasive rhetoric. The idea is all three must be present to create a compelling argument and move others to action. Yeah, that feels... It feels like all these things are necessary in some ratio. I think these are all valid. Maybe there's additional things, too, that are not encapsulated by these ideas. Conservative Irk says a term used by Greek, especially Hellenistic and Neoplatonist philosophers, and certain metaphysical and theological applications developed from one. And then I run short because my yearly subscription to the great and entire third edition of the Oxford English Dictionary has expired. Shit. Mr. Streamer, do you think an entire year subscription to the Oxford English Dictionary, language right back to the 11th century, would be of interest to you? Because I have to resubscribe, and I have a second ticket deal with Oxford academic? I have no idea, man. How is this like you got to sell me on this? What would I use this for? I currently don't use it. If you can make a compelling argument why I should, why it would improve my mind, my ability to construct maybe rational strings of sentences. Um, I mean, yeah, like what what does it get you? Do you start to understand like the roots of different words and how they kind of relate and how they kind of how words evolved and where their roots are and in better understanding the connections, you like have a better memory for all of these terms because it's within a shared framework? Like is it helpful for like memory? The etymology. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Is that what I'm thinking of, Daniel and the etymology? If I knew the etymology of the word etymology, maybe I would remember what it means better. It's like the history of information, right? It's like the history of language and stuff. The study of the origin and evolution of words. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Thank you, Daniel and I do enjoy etymology. It's really the world's only historical dictionary. I get you. America doesn't actually have one. It has far more example sentences, and it's not woke. All right. Um, yeah, if you need someone to gift a subscription, sure, why not? Um, it might help me with my freestyle rapping too. Who knows? So yeah, I'll take it. I like it. I like the sound of that. Etymology. It's a good word. Probably important. Should do more etymology. Etymologizing. To understand true knowledge is to understand the history of said knowledge, its lineage, its evolution, the mutations, the directions. I'm simultaneously stirring a cauldron to create a spell, an etymology spell. It's going to be cast over all of us. We're all going to think about the history and origin of language and knowledge, and how we can use it to our advantage to reprogram the human species to be better able to deal with the human disease. Spelling is important. Daniel Ann says spelling is important. Debatable. I only say that because I'm a terrible speller. I mean, relatively speaking, I'm probably still above average, but in terms of uh, like skills that I would rank myself high on, it's probably one of the lower things, which is surprising because I do see myself as a pretty good writer, and I would consider myself probably a language expert, even though I don't study it formally, just because I read so much. And now especially after streaming, I do a lot of talking as well. So I would consider myself maybe an intuitive language expert, not an academic language expert. But I'm not a great speller a lot of the time, for some reason. My wife, amazing speller. My wife, what a spelling bee she is. A beautiful bumblebee, can spell words so easily. Came with a letter from the school's president that bestows summa cum laude distinction to me when I graduated. Wow, Valthier, congratulations. That's a real achievement. Oh, I missed conservative Irk. He said, an unflinching and accurate list of example sentences and real definitions with no heed given to objections in regards to the word wench. I thought of the concept of a monkey wench. What would a monkey wench look like? That's pretty easy to visualize. And obviously, and you could also visualize it being thrown into an engine too, and making some machine not start. Or it would get into the machine and, I don't know, maybe start fiddling around with the pipes and gears or something in a sexual way. And then the machine doesn't work because of that. Oh, what fun we have in the stream. And obviously, being British, it provides an interesting perspective to words that actually have no American origin, like thug, which is actually from Hindi? Okay, that's fascinating. Did you get was there an actual like seal from the president, Valtier? Pixar, it didn't happen, dude. I don't believe you. You're too cool to be winning things like distinctions and awards. Which is funny because you called everyone in here nerds. I thought we were the cool kids. I see us more as like the renegades and I see us as like the renegades. Not the kids in the classroom, right? We ditched class to set up our club after school or during school. That's how badass we are. We didn't start the chess club after school. Oh no. We said fuck school. This shit's for a bunch of you know, mindless zombies and jabronis that want to get educated. Our club's going to be outside of school grounds, right? We're going to do this out in nature. We're going to take some psychedelic mushrooms and, you know, we're going to take turns doing freestyle spoken word raps about the nature of knowledge and etymology. No apologies, baby. That's what you want. Need a certificate. I should offer like diplomas. We should offer diplomas. We need t-shirts. No, forget t-shirts. We need tattoos of our no-goes. And we need diplomas for the hypothetical during school club that we started to ditch traditional academia so that we could figure out the true nature of reality through all means necessary. Dinomas? Dinomas. Dinomas. Oh, man. No-goes and dinomas. Dinomas. Why the die, though? Dino, is it supposed to be die? Like, I like the noma, diploma. I guess it was just dinoma for no. Yeah, okay. I see what you did there. Yeah, it still makes sense. But it also had dino in there, so it kind of threw me off. I was like, wait, dinosaurs are cool too. Maybe it's like an appeal to ancient wisdom, or maybe just ancient nature's OG thugs, the dinos. Dinos are, I mean, everyone likes dinos, right? Who doesn't like dinosaurs? They're just fucking badass. Dinosaurs would be a good mascot. Another good mascot. What's another good mascot? Owls are pretty cool, but they already got taken by the status quo, so we can't use owls. Conservative Irk says artificial intelligence censors definitions and etymological roots because they're offensive. AI also cannot comprehend semantics, struggles supremely with metaphor, and has no sense of humor. The last respect completely convinces me that it must be German. I've stopped using Google in favor of search tools that generate human-only results. For example, what have you replaced Google with? And snapshot and time traveling tools online for crawling indexes. Tell us more about these new tools that you have found, Conservative Irk, and make a good argument for why we ought to adopt them. What do I use Google to search for? I mean, I still use Google. I still use Chrome. What do I use it for? I generally don't use it for information. I generally use it to find stuff that I need to do, like the Riverside tax collector's office, the number for that. Or I used it a lot because I had to figure out like tax codes because I inherited a lot in estate from my dad, so I had to figure out like how do I be compliant with all the tax laws as I'm selling property. So I used a lot for that, and I didn't actually get it wasn't actually a great tool for, like I found a bunch of promotional sites that wanted to sell you information, but you had to sign up for them. And then I found Reddit forums about people just shooting a breeze about stuff. But actually, it was kind of hard to find what I was looking for. Just have AI do your taxes, Balthier says. The obvious one is the Wayback Machine, but I'm now using 4 others. The Wayback Machine? Let me check it out. The Wayback Machine. An initiative of the Internet Archive. Oh, cool. Explore more than 928 billion web pages saved over time. Holy shit. Part of the Internet Archive? Okay. Well, I've used the Internet Archive before. I didn't know that it saved like snapshots of web pages. That's kind of crazy. Capture a page as it appears now for use as a trusted citation in the future. We ought to save this stream where we discovered the Wayback Machine, or rediscovered it. Balthier, don't worry about, I mean, AI is probably going to take all of our jobs at some point, but once we start our own community, we're not going to have a need for taxes. right? We are going to have a need for basic accounting, but so your skills will transfer. Worry not. You will be a asset, a valuable asset to any community that we create post AI apocalypse. It's about tax time. Has anyone done their taxes yet? Here in the US, it's about tax time. Have you done your taxes, Balthier? Every community needs an accountant, yeah. My mother-in-law really needs an accountant, I'll tell you what. Man, that lady, she is like 65 years old and never learned how to manage her money. You already did your taxes? Good on you, man. Look at that. No procrastinating. What a boss. What's the most effective? Do you use tax software? Do you use TurboTax or H&R Block Online or whatever? Do you use a digital tax software to file electronically and all that? TurboMine? Um, I'm trying to figure out if I've got a good story for you guys. Uploads all your brokerage stuff, easy AF. You can add and subtract and calculate using decimal places very well. Thank you. I can also do long division and calculate distances. Damn, you can do all of that? Fuck, man. That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Are you some kind of machine? Are you some kind of like cybernetic machine? Half human, half god? Can do math? It's that unaided. God damn. This guy is crazy. Get this guy a microphone. I want to see this man calculate in real time, in real life. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we don't. I mean, it's like it really is an instance of like technology really just holding our hand, holding our dick when we're at the toilet peeing. Really, like all of us are capable of doing these basic math, and taxes are really not that hard. It's just that God, we're so damn. We want things to be fast, easy, and instantaneous. And if a company could sell us a product that would hold our dick as we're peeing so that we could check our Facebook or TikTok, we would buy it. Because that's just how ridiculous our species is. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to buy that product that holds my dick while I pee. But it's just so that I can brush my teeth simultaneously. Because I do like to pee and brush my teeth at the same time. And sometimes there's like counteracting forces. And sometimes I like accidentally miss and hit my gum or something. And sometimes I get drips outside of the target area. What's 9 times 14? Jesus, 126? I hope that's right. No, that's wrong. Yeah, no, that's right. Can someone confirm if that's right? I am an old man. God damn it. It sucks. It sucks being an old man. Um, I scream at Google, stop trying to think for me. Just do what I tell you to, damn it. I'm like, I'm old, but I'm not that old, right? I still can think and stuff. At Balthier, bless you, hold on to that. I kind of enjoy doing algebra. That's what you're blessing Balthier for? You know what I kind of miss doing? Because at least, like algebra is the great thing about algebra is that there's a right answer and you can find it. Holy shit. Wouldn't it be nice if if all of life was just like that, right? There was clearly a right answer? Yeah, hold on to that. Algebra is a blessing. Why are all of us so scared of things that that have definite right answers? We should be embracing those things. I mean, we like certainty, we hate uncertainty. We should be why is it so is this a paradox we've uncovered? Another strange conundrum? Another strange quirk of the human mind? Why is it that we love certainty and hate algebra? That's stupid. Balthier says, if you can make your dick hard with your mind, you're not old yet. Balthier, I forgot we talked about that. Um, did I claim to be able to do that now? I think I only claim to have successfully done that like once or twice, but not um, completely like finishing, right? Not like actually reaching climax just with my mind. But when you're young, it's super easy, right? When you're young, it's like, yeah, um, you can think about knots in tree bark and get hard when you're young. When I'm a teenager, or sometimes you don't even have to think at all; it just happens. But when you're old, it becomes a little bit harder. That would be wild as hell. I'd be doing it at work if I only needed my mind. Well, I'm pretty sure that it's possible, but you have to kind of be in a lucid dreaming state where you can really sort of generate like these very vivid imagery for yourself to convince yourself that this is really happening, right? So, we've all had wet dreams, so your mind's capable of doing it. It's all a simulation. It's all just thoughts inside your head. Um, so we've had wet dreams before, so it's totally possible to make yourself climax using just thoughts. It just only happens in very, very rare situations. And so, like so what I was doing was I basically tried to simulate a lucid dream, like enter into a lucid dream directly, intentionally. And I was able to do that, but not quite take it all the way, right? So, it's possible. Some people claim to be able to lucid dream more or less at will, not like any time of the day, but at specific times at night when they would normally be sleeping anyway. I tried. I got better at it, but like a muscle, if you don't keep practicing it, you start to kind of like it just doesn't happen. Making yourself aroused using your imagination is far easier when you are young because you aren't either disgusted or embarrassed or dissatisfied with your own body. Hence, foisting yourself on an invented individual doesn't seem sordid. That's an interesting claim. That's an interesting claim. The claim is that it's easier because there's some amount of body shame that sort of builds up over time as we get older and we feel embarrassed by our own bodies. And so in our when we simulate encounters with other people, um, it's harder for us to simulate that encounter because in the simulation we retreat because we're ashamed of our bodies. Yeah, maybe. I won't I won't say it's maybe it happens. It sounds like it's reasonable. I don't I don't experience I don't know. I can't confirm that. Let's just say that. I don't really have any problems with my body. My body's always been pretty good to me, and I try to be good to my body. So I feel like I don't have many hangups about body image and that kind of thing. And even though, like I'm old now and my muscle tone isn't as good, but I still have a basic six pack that, so I look at myself in the mirror and I'm not really disgusted with what I see. I mean, my face, I'm kind of like, you, lot of lines there, and a lot of gray hair, and hair growing out of places that really not, really shouldn't be. But in terms of overall body, I don't know, man. There's something rather sordid about the idea of an old man beating about the bush. To keep that up, you'd have to imagine yourself as you were in sexual imaginings, which wouldn't be in keeping with your sense of identity. So essentially, when things begin to go south, everything goes. Do you rest less when lucid dreaming? I would imagine so, Daniel and I would imagine so. Because if there was no cost to it, then it feels like it would just always be better to be conscious when you're dreaming. So my mom asked me about dreams earlier. I think it was yesterday she asked me about it. And I recently got a book. I rented it on Libby, and it's called Dreaming by Henri Bergson. And I've never read it before. And I don't really know what to expect. But I was trying to describe dreaming to her. And just overall, like a basic level, like why do we dream? And what's going on? And the basic way that I think about it is maintenance. It is some sort of maintenance happening of your biological system. And just like it's really hard to change the tire of a race car when it's going 200 miles an hour around the track, right? Like you got to stop and you got the pit crew to come in and change the tire. Any sort of system that's in motion, it's hard to actually do maintenance on a system when it's in motion. And yet, biological organisms, we have this, we're constantly in motion. And especially, like, think about dolphins. They have to be constantly in motion, otherwise, they drown. They have to, like, they have to be swimming, or fish have to be swimming to get oxygen into their gills so that they don't drown. So things like underwater creatures, dolphins famously sleep with half a hemisphere at a time so that they can have part of their, they can be partly vigilant, right? So that, they can still go up for air if they need it, or they can watch out for orca that might come by. Um, so dreams, so mammals, right? And all, as far as we know, all creatures dream, all creatures sleep. And by extension, we might imagine if all creatures have some sort of sentience, they all have some experience about the world that allows them to model the world, and that modeling of reality is what we call consciousness. Probably all creatures dream if they sleep, because what dreaming is a fragmented consciousness where only part of your networks that are modeling the universe, modeling reality, are actually active, right? So there's some small subset of your consciousness creating systems that are active during sleep. And it's this fragmentary, and we know that dreams have a lot of different stages. So dream researchers, there's REM sleep and then there's NREM sleep. And NREM sleep is further broken down into between 3 to 6 different stages, which all these different stages are, you can identify them by an EEG, which basically shows different neural patterns. And each stage is characterized by different wavelengths and sometimes different neural events. So there's things like spindles, sleep spindles, that occur like at stage 1 or 2 dream sleep. So, anyways, all of these stages of sleep, you can think about various parts of your systems for generating and simulating and modeling reality as gradually going offline, right? So, in order to be maintained. So certain systems, and it's not happening all at once, right? Through all these different stages, different systems are probably being selected to get worked on, just like when you do road construction in a city, you're not going to block off every single intersection at the same time. You're going to block off one intersection and you're going to have workarounds. And then you block off another intersection. So it's kind of the same thing. So sleep is an organism's way to do maintenance on itself. And we have dreams because part of our sense making, consciousness making systems and organs are shutting down and others are kind of active. And that leads to the fragmentary nature and strange, a lot of dreams are very highly emotionally salient, but not very logical. There's not a lot of good stories. They can, like, they're very fluid. They go in and out. So I'm guessing that, long story, there is probably a cost to keeping all of your, so when you're lucid dreaming, right, you're kind of fully aware. You're using all of your attentional resources are kind of there, right? You're more or less, you feel like you do when you're in a waking state, right? And so if that's true, then the combination of all those systems is using up quite a bit amount of energy. And so I would guess that there is some cost to keeping all those systems active, and that there's less maintenance being done because those systems are being active or are active, and you can't maintain them during their when they're in motion. There comes a time when you have female friends who get married, and when they say they need something blue, as per the rhyme, you want to offer your legs. It's just tragic. I also think that dreams are access to evolutionary memories directly connected to the subconscious. That's why when you sleep on ideas and problems, things just seem to magically come to you the next day, and you have no idea how you could possibly understand something so complex. It's like examining very old blueprints whilst you're asleep and you don't realize you're doing it. The problem you're thinking about tugs at something primordial. I'm so you think that there's some sort of evolutionary memories. Yeah, maybe. Um, I won't say that's impossible. I don't think that it's necessary to explain in order to explain the reason that we have creative insights after long periods of sleep, and how in a lot of there's a lot of stories about inventors like Edison and the guy that discovered the benzene ring, and there's just a ton of stories, right, about people that say that they had a vision in a dream or immediately after sleep where suddenly an idea came to them, right, this burst of inspiration. Even if you weren't examining some sort of like collective subconscious or evolutionary blueprints as you've talked about, you could still explain the genesis or synthesis of a novel idea after periods of sleep, um, even if all you're doing is trying to put together pieces of information that you've gleaned from your experience in the world, just during waking life. So I don't think that the evidence of those eureka moments coming out of sleep, I don't think that that is evidence that we must be accessing some sort of evolutionary blueprints or some kind of collective unconscious or memory of the universe. I'm not going to entirely rule that possibility out, because I've been reading someone called Rupert Sheldrake, and he has this book called um, Memories of the Past. I think it's called Memories of the Past. But essentially, it's the idea that um, events in the universe are they're events that somehow they're recorded and um, affect future evolution, like permanently. And I think in his reading, like there might be this way that we could tap into that history somehow. And that might be like synonymous with um, what Plato was calling the eternal forms, right? Or the realm of pure forms, or what, not Freud, but Jung was calling the collective subconscious, right? That there's these templates or concepts that the human brain, we all share and they're a consequence of our collective like history of evolution. And so maybe it's something like that, right? And we don't know how we access this sort of historical database of forms, pure forms, right? Maybe it's integrated into like the like the microstructure of our neural networks, right? And normally we're just not paying attention to that information on that deep of a level. Like most of the time we're concentrated on the stuff around us, and we're trying to make sense of like things in our immediate environment. And during dreams, maybe we're turning inwards a little bit more and we're getting different kinds of information somehow. I don't know. I still haven't figured out how that works. Balthier says, I had an emotional response to a video game character the other day. A character died and I couldn't sleep correctly for days. Actual tears. The visuals are so real now. I had roughly 230 hours of gameplay between two games. It was like I lost a friend. Is that ridiculous or normal? I've never had that experience. Was the game that you played like Final Fantasy 16 by any chance? Because I have a good friend that told me that I have to play Final Fantasy 16. I don't know if it's 16, but it's one of the Final Fantasies. It's a more modern one. And they said the story was so compelling that they actually cried. And it was an example of just storytelling done so well that I had to witness it and experience it to believe it. So I don't know. I mean, it doesn't sound totally abnormal. Kingdom Hearts, for example, that completely happened to me. Kingdom Hearts, I played a little bit of it. I never went through the entire story, but I remember people telling me that was a good game. Daniel Ann says, I remember seeing a video about how they monitored lab rats dreaming after a full day of labyrinth running, and they could measure the rats were running through the labyrinths again when dreaming, reinforcing memories and learning of the right paths. Very cool video. Yeah, that's a great video, Daniel Ann. Yeah, so I mean, you see, so you um, by analyzing fMRI imagery, the activity of the brain during an actual activity, right? You get this sort of pattern, and you see patterns of activity happening in the motor cortex and the premotor cortex, and then the prefrontal cortex, which the prefrontal cortex is like making plans. The premotor cortex is like instantiating more like motor routines, or it's like integrating plans with motor routines, and then the motor cortex actually encoding like information that relates to how do I directly control all the relevant muscle groups. So you can see this sort of cascade of information going from the different brain regions in order to solve the maze. And so you can do that when the rats are actually solving the maze. Well, you couldn't do an fMRI when they're actually solving the maze. But I guess if you were imaging them after the maze when they're dreaming, you would want to compare it to what they're actually doing when they're actually running the maze to make sure that it matches up, right? To make sure that the activity matches up. So I'm not sure how they did that, but theoretically, you would see a lot of the brain activity, the neural activity. You would see during sleep, you would see the same patterns, right? Doing in order to reinforce the behavior during sleep to help with learning, to help with long-term memory encoding. You would see the same patterns of activity being reinforced during sleep. But again, I'm not sure how they got the baseline recordings of the rats as they're actively solving the maze. You're playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I never felt that way about a game before. It's getting too real and immersive. You're a big FF7 fan, but I'm old and grumpy, so I don't know if I can accept the new story, but that's an appealing review. It's no doubt the best game I ever played, though I wouldn't miss it. Play it and rationalize it as glorified fan fiction if you must. It's how I watch new Star Wars stuff when it comes out. Play it and rationalize it as glorified fan fiction if you must. It's how I watch new Star Wars stuff when it comes out. Yeah, because it's not really original or meaningful anymore. You literally called it fan fiction to another person, just regarded that place is, but I'm assuming quite well. Not sure how regarded that place is, but I'm assuming quite well. The video is by Caltech. I remember not sure how. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, Caltech is a very highly regarded research institution here in the US. Caltech video rats solving mazes during dreaming. All right, I think I found it. Let's watch it real quick. Anyone can be a Jedi. Wee, the Disney effect. Conservative. Oh my gosh. In terms of Star Wars, they have to undo about 4 or 5 movies in order to undo the ruination of a lot of people's childhoods. Seven had promised to. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. Yeah, I pretty much think that every Star Wars movie that has come out since the original trilogy has just been a disappointment. Every single one. And I've watched a bunch of the series too. Oh my God, some of the series are just terrible. The Mandalorian series was, I mean, that was actually one of the better series on Disney Plus for Star Wars. But oh my, dear God, most of them are just terrible. Um, the one with the alien like lady with the two like and blue antenna that come down, whatever the hell that one was called, that was just god awful. Holy shit, just the like worst story writing, worst acting. What was the other one that was really bad? The Mandalorian wasn't great either, but it was a little bit better than some of the other ones. Actually, there was one that was decent that I thought. Um, what was it called? It was like Anders, or not Endor, Andor. That one was actually decent, I thought. You saw Luke Skywalker sucking a goat's tit and walked out? Oh, this one's not the dream one? Durat's dream of running mazes. It sounds pretty close. Conservative Irk says modernity is exemplified by just how vulgar, crass, and disgusting, and without reverence that everyone can be. Cough, young people. Yeah, I think that is a symptom, Conservative Irk. I would say that it is shocking. Like I don't I don't mind a little bit of like raunchy stuff, but when it's the bulk of the content, like when they're doing it just clearly because it gets people's attention, like when it's not in the right context and it's not used sparingly, like I still cuss, but if you cuss every other word, it's meaningless. So raunchiness, like it has its place, but you can't use it like an all-purpose like monosodium glutamate to give flavor to otherwise totally bland food. And that's what people are doing, right? They're using that's a great analogy. Raunchiness and yeah, shock value. It's like it's being used like MSG to give flavor to otherwise completely flavorless food.
Maybe we could show some of Matt's experiments next because they're just really amazing. I
Right,
mean,
so so we'll jump into it,
yeah.
and just as a little prelude here, so the
Before
idea
we
is,
started, why don't you set it up for us?
right,
Right, so here we are.
so you can imagine you're sitting right now in the lab, because this is exactly what we would see if we were sitting in the lab. Now, on the right-hand side, you see a top-down. It's a video of what we call a maze. It's a long track. It's like a long hallway. It's about 10 meters long, actually. Pretty long for this rat. It would take this rat maybe a minute or two, actually, to fully go back and forth along this. On the left, what you're seeing is brain activity. Those little flashing lights, each time you see a little flash, that is the discharge of a single brain cell. And the little colored regions indicate.
Okay, so this is cool. So you see that they actually do have a little, I'm guessing, I don't know what kind of brain imaging device it is. I don't know if it's an fMRI or something, but they have something connected to to the rat as it's doing the maze, which that's cool to see. Because that's where I was like, wait, how would they get the baseline brain activity to compare it to in
Different
dreaming?
brain cells. So what you're seeing is in real time what, in this case, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 8 or 9 individual brain cells are doing, and we'll loop through this again.
Could you loop through
So
that
those are
one again for us,
probably
the same one?
What these brain cells are doing.
place cells in the rat's hippocampus. Um, so it looks like each color is either a single neuron or a cluster of neurons in probably the rat's hippocampus, and they're known as place cells, which encode information about space, actual space that you're in. I think.
When an animal's running on this little track. Now, in this part of the brain, this memory part of the brain called the hippocampus, one striking thing that we see is that the pattern that you see on the left is going to depend upon exactly where the animal is on the right.
Location in
There's a
space.
correspondence between what the brain is doing and where the animal is when the animal is moving. So you can see that on the right, the little dots, or the brain activity, the single discharge of single cells, is mapped onto the maze. So for instance, you see in the lower left, there are lots of blue points. That's because the blue cell, it's not really blue, it's just color coded that way. The blue cell tends to fire whenever the animal's in that part of the maze. On the other hand, you see the little cyan cell down in the lower right.
And we have I should say, we have place cells too. So if, like, I was walking through my house,
Exactly.
a place cell would fire as I went past the counter in my kitchen.
So you could say, well, if I'm in there, if I could record the activity of these cells, memory cells or cells that fire in certain places, if I could record them, I might be able to tell just by reading your mind, in a sense, where you are. Well, so if we go to the next video.
Let's go to the next video.
So let's just try that.
Where you read the mind of a rat.
So now it's going to be the same experiment, the same data. You can see on the left, it's the same brain cells firing away. But on the right now, instead of showing you where the brain cells fire when the animal's on the maze, instead, we're decoding the activity. We're guessing where the animal is just by looking at what's going on in the brain. Now, if you watch, when the animal starts walking along the track, see the little triangles there? That's our best guess as to where the animal is. And it does pretty well. The green circle is just there to kind of show you where the rat is. So our guess, the triangles, fall right on top of the circle, where the animal is. But notice when the animal stops, and maybe we can just rewind Well, you can actually see here, animal stop, and we'll rewind it. Animal moving,
Disappears.
the brain tells you where the animal is. Animal stops. Notice where the triangles go. They stop firing, or they stop reflecting where the animal is. You see them? You see that little flash? The triangles jumped across the track. It was just a fraction of a second, very brief. But the brain activity during those brief moments instead reflects not where the animal is, but where it has been or where it could be. The animal is thinking about, in a sense, things that are remote from its immediate experience. Now
Time travel.
Yeah, time travel. The animal just, it's sitting briefly, and what happens in this part of the brain, it's an older part of the brain, the paleocortex, which includes these brain areas that are critical for memory, for emotion, for driving what you might think of as more primitive behavior. Well, this part of the brain can shut off on a dime. In just a fraction of a second, it can go from being actively engaged, taking information in from the outside world, to going into what looks remarkably like sleep. So these memory and emotional areas can go to sleep while the newer parts of the brain, the neocortex, the part of the brain that's important for keeping track of threats, of monitoring the external world, of making sure you get to where you're going. The part of the brain that has to deal with the outside world, that can be awake. And this other part of the brain can be asleep. So we can think of this state of just thinking, of being inattentive.
Would you call it daydreaming almost?
Now, daydreaming might be if you're sitting there and you say, Wilson is not really interesting anymore. I'm gonna, I'm wondering where did I park my car? Now your mind starts to wander. You start thinking about the memory parts of the brain that can now go back and retrieve past experience. They've got more interesting things.
You've got that parking lot play cell firing.
It's there. But now, the longer you remain in that state, the further out, the more you can actually think about remote from where you are right now. And if you stay in that state long, you say daydreaming, at some point you may actually start to drift off into sleep. You may make a transition from this quiet wakefulness into early non-REM sleep. So you can think of non-REM sleep as emerging, in a sense, from what the brain naturally does when it doesn't have to, attend to the outside world. That might only last a fraction of a second. It might last 20 minutes. It might last 20 hours. So these memory and emotional areas can go to sleep while the newer what looks remarkably like sleep can shut off on a dime and just more primitive behavior. I think of as areas that are critical for memory, for emotion, for driving what you might think of as more primitive behavior. Well, this part of the brain can shut off on a dime. In just a fraction of a second, it can go from being actively engaged, taking information in from the outside world, to going into what looks remarkably like sleep. So these memory and emotional areas can go to sleep while the newer parts of the brain, the neocortex, the part of the brain that's important for keeping track of threats, of monitoring the.
So this is interesting because he's kind of saying what I was talking about. He's saying something that aligns with what I was talking about earlier in terms of seeing sleep as this incremental maintenance of neural structures of different parts of your brain that are kind of are needing to shut down in order to be maintained, and that they're not all doing it simultaneously. He's almost extending this to say that actually certain parts of your brain are sleeping during waking hours, right? I think that's what he said. Um, because he's talking about how the prefrontal cortex could sort of take over and um, be attentive, and while these other more primitive um, parts of your brain that include the hippocampus can start to show patterns of activity and behavior that closely resemble um, active activation patterns that are associated with sleep. So that's really interesting, right? Um, maybe is always this, even during times when we think that we're fully aware and awake, there are subconsciously different parts of our brain that are um, sleeping. In the same way that a dolphin's, half of its brain is sleeping while the other half is vigilant. Um, so that's pretty cool. It's strange, though, he didn't really go into showing showing those place cells activate again during periods of sleep. Because, I mean, the thing about the title of this video is, did lab rats dream of running mazes? But he never actually showed experimental evidence for that. Balthier says, give that rat some cocaine. Conservative Irk said earlier, play is closely related to intelligence, apparently. That makes a lot of sense to me. Um, as a So generally speaking, as a tool for learning, play is something that we see exhibited in mammals, usually more social mammals, who need to actually learn through experience how to do things like hunt, fight, um, get around, right? Like just walk. And play has been evolution's answer to how do you train a brain to do something. Well, you do that thing, but in a low stakes environment, and you practice that over and over again for long periods of time while you're growing up when you're young. And that way, when you actually need those skills, they're there. You have the right motor routines and you have the right um, hardwiring to actually do that kind of stuff. So, play is really a function of learning. And so, if play is a function of learning, people who play more, you might expect to learn more. And you might expect that people that have problems or are kind of unwilling to engage in playful behaviors, um, you might expect them to be slower at learning. And I don't have any evidence for that, but it feels pretty intuitive to make that jump. So I think you're right. Um, I think you meant to say also imitation is closely related to play. Imitation, not limitation. Um, that is, things aren't fun without, oh, limitation. No, you didn't mean to say things aren't fun without rules. Okay, that's interesting. That's different than what I was thinking. Certainly, imitation is a thing too that we do. Monkey see, monkey do. And it helps us to learn from other people, especially other people's mistakes or successes. Limitation. Yeah, constraints are a real important aspect to creativity. If you're totally free to do anything, then usually there are just too many options and you experience choice paralysis where, it's like the blank page, staring at a blank page and being unable to think about anything because you're just, there's nothing to constrain your thoughts. So creativity actually is enhanced when you impose constraints of some kind. And so if the creative sort of playing field is a game, then yeah, the rules are certain constraints to behavior. And then there's also going to be social rules that you have to learn, right? Like you have to learn other people's sort of limits. You push boundaries and you gradually learn where the boundaries are when you're playing with other individuals in terms of like even if there's no um, rules that are specified early on, you start to learn where things are, where where the boundaries are in that sort of play setting, just naturally after a period of time. And that's why I think that like people need to be more playful in conversations and less like academics are great, like science is great. It's good to have it's good to have rules, but I think that for a lot of conversations, I think we would be actually helping ourselves if we were less hidebound in a lot of our discourse. I think that there's, that's what I try. I try to be playful in the stream a little bit. Um, Use stuff like spoken word occasionally and just sometimes absurd storytelling to get a little playful. I think I found the other video as well. I just posted on Discord. It has more about dreaming there. It's quite long, so not really streamable, like 20 minutes. I'll watch it, Daniel. Thanks. All that is in the longer one, I believe. Something about decoding sleep reactivation. Cool. All work and no play makes Billy a dull boy. Was that Adam Sandler? What was that? Was that Ferris Bueller? I.e., chess is fun as defined by constraints. If you can do whatever you want, there is no game. Right. Yeah. There, by definition, you need rules. Um, well, certain kinds of play require rules. I like having rules. I like knowing the rules of the game. Well, we could say that there are some hard and fast barriers, but within certain boundaries, things are there's a lot of wiggle room, right? And this is kind of interesting that you bring this up because as an artist, my best friend at the time when I was going to art school, he helped me to, or he at least observed. And now I didn't really realize that I had an artistic style per se. And I was doing a lot of things. I was doing like a lot of figure drawing, painting, sculpture, illustration, animation. I didn't really think of myself as having a particular style, but he said that your style is basically there's a boundary, and then inside of that, anything goes, right? So there's a clear boundary, which in this case that could be that maybe that's like the rules of chess, and then within the boundary there's just a lot of organic stuff. There's a lot of chaotic stuff. There's a lot of interplay with different colors and um, so I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I guess it has to do with this dichotomy of play being conceptualized as freedom and liberation, and yet also have boundaries and constraints. So as an artist, maybe I was kind of playing with all those different aspects in my own way. And maybe other people they have different ways in which they think about what are the rules and where is the freedom of expression. Even if you imagine yourself flying, the constraint and limitations are what make it fun. Stop before you hit a wall. Flying itself isn't even an ultimate freedom. There are all manner of forces acting upon you, which makes for the thrill. Yeah, I love one of my favorite things to do when I'm kind of lucid dreaming is to learn how to fly. And it's funny, you would think that maybe you could just automatically like start flying in your dreams because there's really no rules, right? Or there seem to be no hard and fast constraints in the mental universe that you're simulating because there's no actual gravity there. You're just thinking about, worlds that you're used to being in the worlds that you experience, gravity's actually there. So it feels like you actually self-impose the constraints that you normally experience in your dream world as well. And even though it's not impossible to fly in your dreams, oftentimes you have to reteach yourself how to fly in those dreams. So I don't know if anyone else has had these dreams, but oftentimes I'll have the dream of wanting to fly, and I'll have to begin by jumping really high and then kind of floating for a little bit and then coming back down and then running again and then jumping and kind of floating and hovering for a little bit and then coming back down. And I'll gradually like jump higher and higher and higher. And then eventually I'll be able to fly. And I've had multiple of these dreams. So it's not like I learned how to do it in the one dream and then it stuck with me permanently. It was like, no, I have to relearn how to fly a lot. Um, so I don't know. That's interesting, right? Speaking of constraints and goals, has been proven yet that gamification is a strong tool for learning? It feels obvious, but I don't know. Conservative Burke says the worst thing, the most dangerous thing, is an extreme liberal type. They see all constraints as tyranny. I would say it's not optimal. I don't know if it's the worst thing. I don't know if it's in certain situations it could be bad, right? It could be even catastrophic. Um, Especially if, it's like you're a young mother and you're at the Grand Canyon and you decide that your toddler who just learned how to walk needs total freedom of exploration. And, like that could obviously lead to disaster. Um, as a general idea, is it the worst thing? I think that's probably a little bit of hyperbole, but yeah, I see what you're saying there, conservative art. Speaking of, so let me get back to Daniel N, because I didn't answer this question. I don't know if I have a good answer for it. He says, speaking of constraints and goals, has it been proven yet that gamification is a strong tool for learning? It feels obvious, but I don't know. Has it been proven that gamification is a strong tool for learning? I feel like it I feel like it hasn't been proven, but I don't know how you would first have to define what game and what kind of thing you were trying to learn, and then you would have to create a test case for different ways to learn that thing, some of which are using like games. Now, gamification, I'm guessing you're talking about within like software and using computers, right? And different software platforms that use gamification to improve learning. So you'd have to show that. So in this case, you could just, you teach algebra the normal way, and then you teach it in a software program, and there's like different aspects of gamification. The problem is that there are going to be confounding variables in terms of, well, what in a standard classroom, there's these additional effects of like one-on-one interaction with the teacher, right? So how do you control for that? Um, Given that on software you're not having a one-on-one interaction with an individual. So maybe you could relate it to or compare it to just strict book learning or something. I don't know. I'm guessing that if you make somebody more inclined to participate in the act of acquiring and processing data, which gamification does, then you make it more likely that they're going to learn. So, in so much as you're motivating kids to um, engage with material for longer, then I feel like it's got to have some positive effect, right? But there is a problem with software like being too handholdy, like being too easy. When there is studies that show that software that is too well designed leads to a deficit in terms of learning the underlying structure of the software, like in a deep sense, like understanding how. So, if you create, I had this, I kind of had this a sense for this when I was learning this compositing program called Shake in school. Shake is this node-based program where you see all of these different functions that you call to alter the image of the whatever you're working with. So you'll have some sort of footage or different pieces of footage, and you want to composite the footage together in some way to create special effects. So for an example, one project that I did was I tried to simulate the ring effect where there was this TV and it had the white static on it. And I wanted to show myself reach into the television, like put my hand through the television. So it's a complex special effect. And so you have this huge graph structure of all these nodes. And it's kind of difficult to learn. Like the program was very unwieldy, but because it forces you to like understand the deep connections between all of the functions that get called and when they get called and how the timing of the function affects the end result. Like it forces you to grapple with the deep structure of the program, and hence you kind of understand it better and you know more of what you're doing. Now, if you compare that with some of the newer software programs out there, like um, Blender or Maya or like After Effects, if you have programs that hide all of that internal structure, they might be more user friendly. But what you have is users that don't understand the deep structure and aren't as effective about doing novel things, right? So software that makes things too easy is also um, an enemy to deep learning. So these two things are not totally contradictory, right? You can have gamification and you can have that is helpful, and you can have software that hides a bunch of the complexity, which could be good at earlier stages of development when you're trying to limit the amount of variables that you have to hold on to, right? And so maybe the perfect balance would be like a graded software that unlocks new aspects of the game, right? Like tutorials that unlock um, different aspects of gameplay at a graduated level. Um, and so I can imagine that, that would be the key to probably really good learning software is understanding how much a student is capable of learning at a particular time and limiting them to the right thing at the right time, and then giving them access to, you know, more when they're capable of getting it. Valthier says, I feel like some dreams you can influence and others you can't. Like it's a movie playing that you can only watch. Even in lucid, even during lucid dreams, Balthier, I feel like for the most part, when I try to step in and exert some kind of control over those lucid dreams, that I just end up waking up more often than not. So I agree. I think that when you try to insert yourself in dreams and you try to control them, then the illusion, the spell is broken a lot of the time. And I don't know, like there does seem to be a way, like a very, very small window where you can you can have desires, like you can have thoughts that you can let manifest within your dream, and so there's like there's like a causal agency there, but it's not much, right? It's like you might have the desire um, to be sexually gratified, but you can't say, I want to do it in, on a Hawaiian beach with, um, an East Asian. Like when you try to get too specific with your dreams, like I feel like that's when it kind of falls apart. But I think that, like you can be aware, you can be consciously aware and have certain intentions and desires in a broad sense. And if you don't try to micromanage it too much, then it feels like there's a path to agency within dreaming. Conservative work is describing exactly this with his broomstick dreaming. He'd lose control of the broomstick. Once he was aware that he must control the broomstick, that's when it all falls apart. Balthier says, bro, we're all hardcore liberals here. Conservative work, I must admit that I resonate with that feeling. So what can one do when thinking about it as guidelines is just suffocating? Are you all totally free of it? People like you respectfully represent pure chaos? Conservative work says otherwise open personality types and then those who are more predisposed to hierarchy. Your deconstructionists are pure open types for whom any limitation is an evil. Deconstructionists are pure open types for whom any limitation is an evil. I don't have an answer for you, except I think really examining the fact that play is closely related to limitation. The game isn't fun without limitation. Why games, though, and not reality? Daniel Ann says it could also be a game in a sense of how bowling is a game, e.g., point scoring, competition with the others, rules of play. If you could go anywhere, do anything, and mold yourself in any fashion you see fit, you would not be happy. It would be very boring in relation to the identity. But is it really boring? Boredom feeds creativity. There's so much to see. Um, so let's try to make sense of all of this, because I think that these are um, again, let's think about my art style when I was talking about earlier. Everything is chaos. As long as it happens in this space. Like all the chaos is fine, as long as you keep it within the lines. This is what organisms are. This is how it's possible to have mutation and evolution. It's an interplay between structure and chaos, a constant dance between structure and chaos. Things only exist because they are reinforcing patterns. Those reinforcing patterns create objects that can be observed as persisting through time. But within those objects, within those structures, there's a lot of motion, there's energy, there's fluidity, there is a just an mind-bogglingly massive interplay of different enzymes, proteins, folding up DNA, RNA switches. A single cell is just like a ridiculous amount of, from our perspective, like total chaos. And yet, it all happens within the boundary of that cell wall, which describes that object as persisting in time. So you might think about this idea of gameplay and rules in the same way, right? The rules represent the cell membrane, which allows the game to be recognized as a game by multiple observers, right? The hard and fast limitations. And everything in between, from the mitochondria to the endoplasmic reticulum to the nucleus and the RNA and all of the lipid bilayer. Well, the lipid bilayers, that's the membrane. But everything going on in that swirling amount of chaos, that's the fluidity, the dynamics, right? Now you're going to tell me, well, there are rules to how these interactions happen too. And yes, you're right. That's because this is an imperfect metaphor. So don't dig in too deep to it. Don't dig into it too deep, otherwise it falls apart. But there's an interplay, order and chaos. It's always it on every level. If you're talking about interactions between social organisms, if you're talking about interactions between lipid bilayers and cytoplasm of cells and organelles, there's always a complex dance between order and chaos, between structure and freedom, constraints and freedom, and these two things have to be in balance. That's all it is. Life is balance. So if you go to one end, too many rules, stifling, suffocating. Too much freedom, chaos, no structure, right? So the yin and the yang, you need both. And so that is why calling oneself either liberal or conservative, to me, is an identity mistake. It's a categorical error because all of us need some balance of conservative versus liberal thinking because life is dependent on this balance. And so if you go in either extreme, yeah, you're playing a dangerous game. And that's why I think that we need to ignore and start to we need to start to dissolve this kind of binary identity branding that we've given ourselves between liberal and conservatives. It's not helping us. It's to this conception, it doesn't need to be our identity, right? We are both simultaneously liberal and conservative about different things at different times, all of us. And we don't need to make it our identity. When we do that, we just kind of get into these false dichotomies and these false beliefs about whose team we're on, and then we descend into tribalism. If all is chaos, it is also hell. Order is required as an interplay. Yep. and that one, and happen to believe them as natural types. So again, it's like it's a it's a it's a generalization. Conservative erg, the labeling of liberal versus conservative, that is a right, that is imposing a structure and an order at a very, very general scale. And perhaps it's okay for some purposes, but in terms of how do I decide whether or not I'm willing to interact with this person, right? It's not functional in that scale of humanity, right? It's not functional in the political scale to me. I think it just prevents people from actually getting out of their echo chambers, right? So if you are in the habit of labeling people as either conservative or liberal, and then after applying that label, determining whether or not you want to have coffee with them and have an fruitful exchange of ideas, right? It's not functional. So the way that most people use the labels conservative versus liberal is non-functional. I'm not arguing that this is not that it doesn't relate to some real phenomenon, right? In regards to the human mind, in terms of a general, maybe there is a very, very, so it's a gradient, right? And like any gradient, if you zoom far enough away from the gradient, that gradient compresses and it becomes a hard line, right? And so when you zoom out from something, and statistically, if you take a whole bunch of people, you zoom out from all those people and you start to see boundaries. When you zoom in, those boundaries dissolve into a gradient. So there really is there's never a hard dividing line. And when we see dividing lines, oftentimes we get into trouble. So that's all I'm saying. There might be some broad, right? Like these two groups there might be natural categories there, like you said. But is that practical for us humans? Not not in the way that we usually use those categories, I would argue. Um, there's very little opportunity to escape temperament. But all this is by the by because it's an argument. So welcome, Hunjagger 18. Hunjagger 18. What would you do if you were omnipotent? I am omnipotent, and I'm streaming on Twitch. So there's your answer. What would an omnipotent God, the power to do anything, what would they be doing? Obviously, starting a Twitch channel and trying to be the best freestyle rapper on the planet. Um, welcome to the stream, my man. That's a good question. What would I do if I was omnipotent? I would snap my fingers, and for one instant, I would put everyone into a hypnotic sleep, and I would have them dream the same dream. And that dream would be like it'd be like Star Wars on steroids. It would teach them every moral lesson that they would need in life to be better people, right? So there would be the whole like hero's journey, the Joseph Campbell hero's journey, right? People would experience themselves as walking in Jesus's footsteps, suffering all the pains of the cross, coming down, crying for the sins of humanity, and then wanting to be a better person. And then I'd snap my fingers, and everyone would wake up from this universal dream, and they would realize that they're all brothers and sisters, and then they would go about restructuring humanity with a deeper sense of compassion, which is what I'm actually going to do. I'm just going to do it the hard way right? Not by snapping my fingers, but actually by becoming the greatest freestyle rapper ever known to man. And instead of rapping about bitches and hoes and like sweet dubs and lowriders and shit, I'm gonna rap about like philosophy after I hypnotize. I'll hypnotize people with my raps, right? And then during that hypnotic state, my rap lyrics will cause them to all simultaneously have the same dream, right? It'll be a waking dream. But that's going to happen, dude, so stay tuned. So Conservative Irk says this within the bounds of what yet again a deconstructionist and a liberal wants, and there are no natural types, that these things don't really exist, and that you can transcend this and redefine yourself freely. So Conservative Irk is saying that why can't I don't yes. So you have a hard time convincing. So what you're saying is you have a hard time convincing liberals that there are boundaries, and you'll have a hard time convincing conservatives that there's a gradient, right? Because these are two different perspectives, and like the Necker cube, you can only see one at a time. If you're zoomed far enough out where all you see are boundaries, then you can't simultaneously see the gradient. If you're zoomed far enough in where all you see are gradients, then you don't see the boundaries. So I would agree with that. But I would argue that every person, regardless of where they are in the conservative liberal spectrum, is capable of understanding this dichotomy, what I've just said. That these are two perspectives that you can zoom in or out and you can come to one understanding or the other. And so you can prime people, you can actually teach people, right? Or you can prime people to be more or less conservative or more or less liberal. It's pretty easy to do, actually, right? All you have to do is if you want to make someone more conservative, all you have to do is ask them to complete a questionnaire in a room where there's a distinctive smell of like garbage. And they will answer more conservatively because for whatever reason, right? The smell of trash and pollution makes one sort of retract towards like their comfort, the things that they know and like it's like a retraction, right? Like the basic dichotomy between liberals and conservatives is adventure. It's like exploration versus exploitation. I think those are the two natural categories. If it maps onto anything, and so every single organism has to navigate this question of do I explore or do I exploit? If I'm exploring, I'm taking some sort of chances because in my explorations, I might fall off a cliff, I might eat a poisonous mushroom, I might get attacked, right? If I'm exploiting, I use the resources, the the home that I've already built, right? The stream that I already know I can get fresh water from, the field that I already know is free of predators and has food, the berry bush that I've already established and planted here, right? That's exploitation. Exploitation versus exploration. This is really, and all of us have to make this trade-off all the time in various ways in our life. And so we do this, so we see this play out in social policies as well. And so the people that claim to be conservative versus liberal, politically speaking, what they're really talking about is how comfortable am I with what I already have? How strongly do I feel like this is a good strategy for survival versus going out and exploring and trying different things, right? So the people that are like, we need to try different things are not confident that the current, whatever current framework or rules or limitations are being imposed, they're not confident that that conservative framework is actually going to be a good strategy for survival, and vice versa. But really, it's ultimately, again, it's a false dichotomy. Conservatives and liberals have way more in common than their differences. They have way more in common. And most of their views actually are centrist. Most people that either that identify as conservative or liberal, right? Most of their ideas are centrist. There have been studies about this, right? You look at the curves, there's two bell curves distributions in liberal versus conservative thinking. And you ask people what they believe about the opposite party, right? So you ask liberals what they think conservatives think, and you ask conservatives what they think liberals think, and you see the distribution like this, right? You see the two bell curves totally separate. That's what we think. And yet, when you just ask people what their actual values are, you see that they almost line up identically. Conservatives and liberals. You see more in alignment than disagreements. And so really, the problem in politics today is perception. We perceive each other as more different. And when we perceive each other as polar opposites, as an entire group, we're guilty of overgeneralization. And then we're more likely to stick into our radical echo chambers and engage in confirmation bias, not talk to other people because they're too different, right? They're just, you can't get through to them. And it just reinforces the pattern of beliefs, the perception issue. So it's all social distortion, and we're all just totally fucking confused about other people around us. Hunniger says, spooky, I was just writing, I meant snap your fingers, and hell yeah, dude. Well, that's it, man. We're on the same level right now. We're using the same cues, the same thoughts, the same history of ideas, and we're selectively we're selective. It's almost like we're on, like a water slide together, and we're helplessly sliding down the pathways of our mind and experiencing similar thoughts. That which is omnipotent can do anything, therefore can know everything, for it can choose to be omniscient. So, if you were omnipotent, would you be morally bound to find out what's best? Wouldn't you? Yeah, I like that. Sure, I think so. Conservatives see what we are talking about. We simply prefer having a floor to stand on rather than dying a quick heat death. Deconstructionism breaks down into meaningless, much like much of academics is a complete waste of time. What doesn't break down into meaninglessness, though? This brings me to another statement. Conservatives believe that things have to be anchored to something tangible and to reality, such as words, for example. Liberals like to conjure with language, metaphysics, and other words. I can easily disprove that a stone doesn't really exist. I can easily disprove that a stone doesn't really exist and that it's a construct by taking the rock and kicking it with my shoe. How's that for reality and something that is not meaningless? But you ignore the fact, so when you choose to see a rock in that way, as a single object of having mass, it's not possible for you to think in terms of the chemistry of the stone, to think about the composition of atoms, to think about ideas like Brownian motion, right? Ideas that all particles are in a constant state of flux. So it's clear from your zoomed out reality that the stone has boundaries. It's a solid object. It has mass. It has weight. You can throw it. You can kick it. You can do all that other stuff. But you can, at different scales and at different frameworks and different perspectives, see the stone as something more than that, right? You could see it as a pile of smaller fragments of materials that have structure, have some sort of lattice like structure. And then when you zoom in, you can see all the different structure, and you can see that something like 99% of the atom is empty space, right? It's just an electron cloud. And you couldn't see that if you're just thinking about it as a rock. So you're using a very extreme example, but even the extreme example, there's a way to there's room for, the opposite side of the coin, right? There's room for the deconstructionist argument. Um, Again, nobody's arguing that boundaries don't have purpose, that it's not functional or practical to think about objects as having boundaries in time. And you're right, having an absolute deconstructionist perspective all of the time is not practical, right? And there are always limitations and constraints. My argument is that we need to stop seeing each other in terms of this black and white nonsense, either being liberal or either being conservative. We need to see every person as a mixture or just some shade of gray. And when we do that, we don't get into binary arguments, us and them mentality. We don't descend into tribal violence as easily. And we don't find each other at political loggerheads and being used as puppets by, oligarchs in a corrupt political system, right? So part of the problem that we're facing right now is a part of our lack of ability to communicate with each other about what's important and what's unimportant. And what's unimportant is the minor differences, right, in how we may or may not conceptualize the world. So I'm willing to work with anybody. I don't even think that you're fully conservative. I think that that's a self-imposed limitation that you wear as a badge of honor, and you don't actually realize that it doesn't have to be a foundation of your self-identity, that you're much more than what the word conservative actually entails, right? You're much more than that. You're much more expansive. You're so much more complex than a single box, right? And when people put you into that box and draw inappropriate conclusions about your beliefs, then that's another indication that that is not a good definition, or it's not practical in most senses, especially in terms of a whole identity for someone. So if you know what's best, should you protect other people's children in whatever way your power showed you, regardless of what their parents think? Brownian motion is what happens to your brewing tea, sir. Look, Brownian motion it's only observable with things like pollen to the naked eye. But Brownian motion is happening in matter, atoms, like it's everywhere, right? It's in rocks, it's in, like Brownian motion as strictly defined when it was first observed was in pollen, but it's a quantum process, right? And quantum processes are in all matter, even in stones. What's important is that I'm right and everyone else is wrong. That is what's important. Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head. Hun Jagger, you hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I want to be right now, all of the time. Um, I always want to be right. I always think that I'm right. All of us, we always think that we're right now. Most of us, anyways. Or at least we speak in public as if we are, right? Because, I mean, when we get in our own private room, we might be full of doubt. We might be, um, we might have mind wandering episodes where we engage in self flagellation and self criticism and call ourselves losers and deadbeats and lazy and admit that we have habits, bad habits, and we admit that, we could be kinder to other people. But out in public, we won't admit any of that. We won't admit any of that in public. Um, the human species must evolve. We must evolve. Evolve or die. It is high time we evolve or die. We must evolve past simple social designations that lead us astray more often than not. We must evolve past overgeneralizing. We must be better thinkers. We must overcome the limitations that are imposed by this day and age, and even self-imposed by addictive technologies that prevent us from real learning and real growth, and only give us the semblance or appearance or the illusion of growth. Right? When we're grinding away playing Candy Crush and seeing our level go up, or grinding away at Warcraft and seeing that critical strike number go up when we're farming bad guys, or any of these, or seeing our Facebook post get 3,000 likes, or I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what a normal. I've always failed at social media, so the most likes I've ever gotten is like 8 or something. I think I got 8 likes one time when I was actually posting on social media, but um, hence why I actually was able to break free of its destructive reign of terror that it was trying to suck me into. I'm sorry, but it was quite clear from the perspective of anyone reading my essays that it was all conservative intellectualism, that I have an ability to appreciate or understand liberal perspectives is not indicative that I am any less of a conservative by natural persuasion. It was quite clear. It was quite clear from the perspective of anyone reading my essays. Conservative intellectualism. What essays are you talking about? Um, what do you think are the hallmarks? So again, I don't know that. I think that you might. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that these are. If it's a natural category, if it is a natural category, then it shifts, right? It shifts as, so would you deny that people become more conservative as they get older? As people age, they tend to become more conservative. So that means an individual is going through a process of development in life, right? And their stance is changing over time, which means that it's not some hard and fast physical trait like temperament. Like you made earlier, you made this argument that temperament is like this hard and fast thing, this quality that's stable across personalities over time. And it seems like maybe you're conflating these two things, right? Or you're using these two things in similar ways and saying that the state of being a conservative versus a liberal is some immutable quality, right? That's given to us at birth. It's either genetically encoded, or it's hardwired somehow, and it's remains stable. So there's simple evidence to show that that's not the case, right? Because people over their lifespan seem to go through this trend of becoming more conservative over time, which, if you look at this evidence, then you're more inclined to see conservation or conservatism as a survival strategy, because people that get older it also becomes harder to change, right? So it gets harder to learn new ways of doing things. So which increases the energy expenditure requirement for that exploration strategy, right? And also you get hurt, and there's a lot more, like it's much worse to get hurt when you're older. So you're much less likely to go out and explore. It gets harder to learn. You're much more likely to explore, because when bad things happen, the consequences are much worse. So these are just two survival strategies. And you're going to shift towards a more conservative survival strategy as you age. That is the natural category, and it's not hard coded, right? It shifts given your experiences and your inclination and your aging. If you're omnipotent and you can know what's best, then you must know the best existence. Should you not destroy this existence across all of the universe by changing it to its best shape? Yeah, but would you do that? So, but the question is, Hunjager, how would you change it? Would you change it instantly, like snap your fingers and suddenly all matter is just spontaneously reorganized into some brand new shape? And okay, if that were the case, then what would you do after you'd created the sort of perfect shape, right? Or the perfect, I don't know, what would it be? It would be like a self. What is perfect? See, we very quickly run into a slew of like metaphysical and philosophical third rails, because is perfection inert? And maybe what's more important is like the journey towards different points of organizations, perfect organizations, right? And maybe like evolution is just a process of moving us towards local peaks of perfection. And valleys are like a point where matter is more chaotic in nature, and then it spontaneously reorganizes at a different peak, right? And maybe like at those peaks, you get utopias, and you get uh, dynamic networks of organisms that kind of live in sort of relative stability, and and you've got billions of humans that are healthy and experiencing life, and right, maybe there's like peaks and valleys. And if you could spontaneously make the world perfect, it would be somehow it would be stable in time, it would be unchanging. And if it's unchanging, then it's like not meaningful, right? And if it's not meaningful, then how could it be perfect? Because you wouldn't have sentient beings able to live inside of a world that wasn't dynamically shifting and moving and changing. I don't know. That's my thoughts. I guess what I'm the basic point is, if I was omnipotent, I would want to try to steer the universe in a direction of one of those local peaks of perfection. You know, like, or maybe I wouldn't maybe I wouldn't do anything. Maybe I would be like, you know what? If I'm omnipotent, I was a product of this world. I probably got created out, the universe created me. Well, I don't know what I would think if I was omnipotent, because I'm not omnipotent. So I can't get into the mind of an omnipotent person. Maybe once I become omnipotent, I'll have totally different goals, right? Or the whole act of doing anything will become pointless once I'm omnipotent, right? So there's this problem of us trying to imagine what we would want. So what we do in these thought experiments is we use our and project our current set of values, goals, and desires and beliefs onto a version of ourselves that knows much more than we do. And that person would be a totally different person. So our goals would also update and shift in that scenario. So we actually can't predict what we would do if we were omnipotent, because we would be a different person, because that new person that we're assuming that we will be is so different than us. Do animals, people, intelligent life have a right to be less instead? Should it be their choice to reject the best final shape? Should it be their choice? Huh. Should it be their choice to reject the best final shape? Um, I don't know, because like this isn't a realistic scenario, and I don't really think that we actually have a choice. I don't think that we could reject it. Like if there's some directionality, right? And there is some goal that the universe has in store for us, if everything's determined, then none of us really actually have a choice, right? We're going to struggle in local pockets of the universe, but we don't have any control of the overall shape. And so in what way are we free to resist it? I think an interesting question is, what do you mean by should? Conservative Irk says, I did go to university, Duty, direction, I don't know. I've never been asked to define should. Maybe uh, if I Google it real quick. Daniel Ann says, you think duty is objective? We have a duty to do certain things? Conservative Irk says, I think you're conflating developing survival mechanisms with intellectual conservatism and conservatism as a movement. So what I'm trying to do is define conservatism in a way that actually maps onto reality rather than what a group of biased individuals think that it means, right? So intellectual conservatism, whatever that is, it's an ism, which it might have points going for it, right? It might be saying true things, but it's limited in the scope of its predictive and reality sort of encoding power, right? So any ism, people that get together and discuss this is the way things have to be, and they're unwilling to look at things from other perspectives, like that immediately, once you like put yourself into a corner and in a box, an intellectual box, and you label yourself, this is the tenets of our belief system, and it's at odds with some other way of defining reality, like fundamentally, then that's clearly not the whole picture. So I don't know what, so maybe I'm talking out of my ass and I don't know what the intellectual conservative movement is, but it would surprise me if that was like the be all and end all. That if you had a intellectual movement that was based in strongly in traditionally conservative values, then that would have any sort of like ability over and above um, a more holistic framework that understood conservative conservation and or conservatism and liberalism as being two sort of axes on a teeter-totter, right? That can't exist independent of one another. Just like you can't have two poles, you can't have a magnet without two poles, right? It feels like these things have a yin-yang relationship that if you try to embrace one side completely over above the other, then you're just obviously missing something, right? So I don't know what that movement is. So maybe I'm wrong about that. And if I am, then you can teach me something about it. You like V-shaped torsos? Those are good, man. Take morals and meaning to be subjective, so I'm not sure. In my own belief, how you can say should to anyone unless it's in the sense of them fulfilling their subjective goals. So, like, I can only say you should talk to her if the person I'm talking to has its own subjective goal of wanting to be with her. Like that? So you can't stand scripture and bullet point manifestos. Well, so then, yeah, so I don't know what you're referencing in terms of historical, like intellectual conservatism, because it sounds like you're advocating, and even the fact that your name, your Twitch identity contains the word conservative or conservative in your word, it sounds like you're advocating for one over the other, right? And to me, that's like, well, to me, that kind of implies that um, you're playing an opposition game, right? Where these two things somehow there's one sense in which one is more right than the other, instead of just admitting or instead of like being unimpressed with one's the idea of one as ever having more sort of correctness or, you know, like power over the other. That's why I don't consider myself a liberal or a conservative. I reject both of these things. I reject them. I think that it's bullshit. I think none of us should be self-imposing that kind of limitation. And again, largely it's probably because I think that the two words have so much baggage now, right? There's like too much connotation. There's too much connotation in there, and people mean different things. And instantly, when people hear one or the other, they're like bad, bad, or good, right? And they're not really able to even think about anything else once they've attached that label to something, their entire logical reasoning mechanisms are just shut down. And they're like, this person's either someone that I totally trust and I'll believe whatever they say, um, or I'm not even going to talk to this person because they're clearly ridiculous, or that they're clearly not intellectually capable. Well, I see the universe and existence flawed because of its useless pain and suffering. So I guess when I ask him what an omnipotent being should do, I'm asking to see if the answer will be bound to the objective should, or if the duty is ignored and the answer includes a reason to be more subjective about it. So existence is not so pain. The existence of pain and suffering is not is not evidence of a flawed universe. Pain and suffering has real functional value to organisms like us, right? You can see this with brain damaged individuals where their amygdala has been excised because it's had a tumor in it, right? And they have no fear. They display no fear. Um, and there's also people who don't feel pain. And these people they cannot function in the world, right? Pain and fear and suffering, these are signals, right? These are motivations to change your behavior. And if you didn't have negative motivations and negative incentives to change your behavior, then you couldn't learn, you couldn't adapt, right? You couldn't survive. So maybe it's possible to have an alternate universe where pain and suffering is not a thing, but in those universes, you would likely also not have conscious entities, and so the point then is moot. And then if you're in a sentient or consciousness free universe, then there is no value judgment. So you couldn't even say whether something was good or bad in that scenario, right? All right, everyone, it's time for me to sign off. I got to go make pizza. What about useless intrusive thoughts? I can't change them. I can't stop them. They do not change me. They just irritate you. Are they not useless suffering? Is that not flawed? Um, it is so in some situations, right? So last thing. It's only a flaw because to us, the environment that we have created now, with all the technology and all, 8 billion humans on it, and things like social media and smartphones and hyper addictive apps on our phone and stock market trading on your phone and um, all of this stuff, this like extreme glut of information that we're being bombarded with day in and day out, it's not the right kind of environment. Like we didn't evolve within this environment, right? So our nervous systems evolved in very, very different environments, way more primitive. Like the types of problems that we evolved to solve are not the problems of modern day. And so um, it's only a flaw because we've we've changed our environment more quickly than we've been able to adapt. So it is a flaw from our perspective, but could it have been any other way? Maybe maybe it just had to be that way, right? Maybe it was our destiny for um, our kind of organism to like put ourselves in this tough spot where the kinds of things that we start to think about are actually disconnected from our brain's natural abilities. And it leads us to these strange, you know, um, strange problems like depression, right? Like, did primitive humans ever get depressed like we do now? I doubt it. They just didn't have time, right? They're just too busy like doing stuff. Um, Or, like some people think that the hunter gatherers actually had more free time than we do now. And that was actually the ideal lifestyle for early humans. And that they had plenty of free time because, that there was a plethora and abundance of food. All they had to do was gather food for a few hours a day. And then they had plenty of time to just kind of, you know, socialize, groom, hang out, and who knows, like maybe they're mind wandering episodes. Maybe they're fairly free of complex thoughts. Um, Maybe they didn't have like the problem of wow, I could, there are so many careers that I could probably take up, and there's so many paths to, fame and fortune that I could imagine. And so, well, geez, what should I do? Oh man, that's tough, right? Like every single decision I make um, means that I can't make any other decision. And now I feel really bad because there's always a potential for a better decision to have been made. Whereas, if you're like in the early savannas, you probably don't have you're not plagued by these crazy ideas that you have to somehow, grow up and impress a large number of people that you've never met that live in all different parts of the country and all different parts of the world. Hun Jaeger says, um, like the universe is not a game being played, there is no winning state to chase. So you're saying the ever changing universe doesn't have a goal, a reason to be, and that's why there isn't an objective should. Like the universe is not a game being played, there is no winning state to chase. There might not be. We create the games within the universe, but maybe the universe doesn't have, maybe it has a direction, but maybe there's not. You could see states of the future as goals if that's how you conceptualize it. But the universe is not like is probably not like a sentient being like humans. So when we say the universe has a goal of reaching its future state, that's kind of it's an anthropomorphism, right? Like we don't know if the universe is an agent. It's possible that it is, but I doubt it. Um, like the totality of the universe as agent, I'm not sure that I would see it that way. I don't think it has to be that way. We talk about the universe as having goals, but that's anthropomorphization. The universe goal might not be a word that actually applies to the universe. You see what I'm saying? Like the universe might just have states. There might just be states, and there might be rules to how the universe evolves and goes through all those different states. But to say that it should or that it has the goal to do those things is slightly misleading, in my opinion. Subjective goals are not unimportant because we are subjective creatures and we have to have goals. And so they're important to us. Yes. If the final shape is everyone being a dog, would you, while omnipotent, make us all dogs? In that strict scenario, I guess I probably would. If the final shape, well, I don't know. There's that phrase, right? It's not the destination, it's the journey. So maybe I would want to experience the full progression along the way to the final form, because once you reach the final form, by definition, you're done. And if you're done, then there's nothing left to experience. Or if the final form is just everything is dogs, I don't know, what do you do then? I guess there's a lot of butt sniffing to do. You're going to do a lot of butt sniffing for the rest of eternity. Are all of your streams like this or just tonight? The titles of previous videos confuse you. You want more philosophy but no politics, so I don't know if I should follow. I don't usually talk about politics. I talk about the philosophy of politics, but I don't generally talk about politics because that's not my area of expertise. So I don't normally talk about, politics. What do you have to lose by following, right? You can always jump in if I'm talking about something that's not doesn't float your boat, you can just jump out. It's not like you're committing to anything, right? It's not like you're paying me any money. You just have another thing on your bar. So yes, you should definitely follow. All right, I gotta go make pizza. So everyone, thanks for hanging out today. I'm gonna do a sign off. Um, we had some good discussions. My ultimate goal, my omnipotent power, maximizing or minimize suffering and maximizing potential of the universe. Yeah, I guess that's a goal. Well, see, I'm just worried that as human agents, I'm worried that actually we do have a role to play, like all of our powers of cognition and problem solving and our ability to learn and get better over time and to see the error of our ways and to learn more about ourselves, to build tools for, studying the brain and things that are not obvious. Like that is all part of our evolution and the progress and the universe's quote unquote goal for us. I think the universe has this goal that human creativity will be turned inwards. It will be used to understand itself, how to generate more of it, how to solve the problems of social disease, and how to figure out how to reach the next stage of evolution before setting ourselves on a path to self-extermination. We need to figure out how to be better shepherds of our shared home in this existence because there's still so much to learn. And if we ever want to reach a Star Trek universe where we propagate out into the stars and expand and bring human creativity and art and love and puppies out into the universe, we're going to have to figure out how to clean up our own house here on Earth. Because I fear that if we don't figure out how to do that in short order, we can't get to the next stage of human evolution, become a type 2 civilization, spread across the stars, right? Bring our beautiful music to other sentient creatures and maybe even meet other sentient life forms like us and have really fucking mind bending conversations in the future. So that's my dream. That's my hope. That's my goal. Are you here? Are you with me? I think you are. Thanks for having a conversation today, everybody. I will see you next time. Joyful thoughts be with you. Take care of yourself.